Also, Fang, you should see a new handout. You can check that out a little later. But
Leisure. I'm sorry.
But he asks for various things: individual identification for the party. You show him the seal of the council, etc. And after kind of putting you all through this grueling process, assuming that you don't, resist in any way,
shoot him in the face.
yeah, then he eventually waves you through. And as you look back, you notice that a lot of the faces that were there before are shifted and it looks like a group of different people now.
All I'm saying was when they ask me for my identification, I point to my fucking ship.
Yeah, Aaron doesn't exactly have identification. He's not a citizen.
He looks at you, Darius, and says, "Any pirate could take a ship, presumably."
Okay, now I really want to shoot him in the face. And I pull out my sniper rifle, which is the only one I like. I look him in
that'll
his
do
eye.
it. Holy shit.
I look him in his eye. I was like, do you really want to keep fucking with me right now? Because I will shoot every one of you. And trust me, I have the stamina to do it.
He doesn't seem outright frightened, but
Mother effer, he got a 31.
There's a sort of respect, I guess, that he very suddenly has, and he just, without necessarily looking you in the eye, waves you through and says no more to you, Darius. As for you, Aaron, he asks for identification.
Here's my blood bag.
You get an odd look.
Vampire.
I don't actually have identification. I'm not even from this country.
We all have fucking identification that they gave us, though.
I don't remember them handing me shit.
I don't have any form of identification except for maybe this medal.
You do have a group paper that lists your...
maybe
right,
I was...
the guild
I have
registry.
It on me, yeah.
Yeah, Soren is the one that's holding everybody's social security numbers right now.
I smell an embezzling scheme. I might have to talk to Soren later.
I have a few offshore accounts now.
Yeah, what do you mean? I've never been to the Caymans.
This is
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Aaron's looking at his bank statement. He's like, I don't remember buying a condo in Panama.
I don't remember having a timeshare in Boca.
Says here I spent $100,000 on bitches.
That's Candy with an I, by the way.
I was just about to make that fucking joke, Toki.
But eventually you wave through, and as you turn, if you look back, all those faces are different now. They didn't seem to ever move, but everybody looks different.
They all seem very shootable, though. Can somebody explain what the fuck is going on here? I don't have time for this shit.
I don't know. I'm in your country. You tell me.
This is not my country. It hasn't been for a long time.
Security is all you hear. Someone calls it out.
For what?
Where's the Phoenix right now?
I'm holding it. I don't give a fuck.
He just nods at the Phoenix.
Congratulations. You're talking to a bird.
He nods toward the Phoenix whenever you ask security against what. He just nods toward the Phoenix. And then nods toward the square where the last one was summoned.
I'm sorry. Do you I think if I'm not being too out of character here, I think there's a little bit of a difference between this small guy right here and a fucking giant phoenix being summoned in the middle of a goddamn square.
Someone else calls out from the crowd and says that difference is about 3 weeks.
Oh, God, you're gonna get big. I say to the Phoenix and Primordial.
The
What do they usually feed you?
the apparent captain replies in Primordial and says he certainly will.
They know. I say in Primordial and just walk away.
Listen, do you smell that?
It's blood.
And thankfully, the OK Corral shootout did not happen at the docks. You are let through. And
Someone sneezes, sounds like a shot bullet,
Yeah.
freaking Toki goes off.
What? Goo, 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 goo. I dropped 6 of them before they could pull their guns. We're good. I have fucking what's it called? Assassination. My shots all count as advantage and fucking crits. So
And after you pass the couple dozen that were on your dock, in the actual harbor, there's definitely 3 digits worth
Oh.
people.
Oh.
I do not have enough ammunition for it.
I mean, I have fists, but that's a lot of people.
Only a small contingent. Only that couple dozen seem to be those people clad in blue and the people watching the rooftops. But it seems like a lot of the people are sort of undercover watch, not necessarily undercover. They're not going through pulling all the stops to
See,
look
they're
like
the
civilians.
worst undercover.
But it's more that they are trying to, I guess, appear less threatening for the real civilians that are walking through. So most of their weapons are covered in things, and the majority of them are just carrying clubs anyway. But it's kind of odd because generally they would be the ones patrolling the streets. So for them to stay in one spot like this is strange. But for the most part, they're just helping out with dock work while they're there. So you all made it back to Waterdeep.
I just want to point out you're not very subtle. If you're trying to look like dock workers, you don't.
Oh no, we're not trying to look like dock workers. It's just part of what we do. This watch is meant to help out with citizens' work and their troubles, even if there are no crimes around. But ever since we got reassigned, figured we'd do something useful.
Ever since I took an arrow to the knee, my days of adventuring was over.
I mean, you guys the ones with stuff to do in this town. I'm literally just tagging along.
Well, we should try to meet with those people, the investigators.
We have investigative reporters. Holy shit.
The who? What are we talking about?
The investigators from the Phoenix scene. What started it all?
Nothing again, new bells.
You fucking stupid. Did you not remember that?
Call me that again. See what happens.
Ugh, you wouldn't understand. Why didn't you remember? Do you really not remember?
He's 5'4" and he punches things. Do you really expect him to remember?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we're tasked to help with finding the actual cause of all that, all the Phoenix stuff.
Who cares? I beat it.
And while you are all doing that, Fang will escort Mira to the hideout and get her something to eat.
Ugh.
Okay, well, we have 2 things that are going to happen then. As Fang, you hear approaching footsteps, and the party does as well. 2 separate locations now. Sort of coming from nearby
Hold
alleys.
on. My passive perception is tingling.
Mine is too. If it's because mine's an 18. Just so it's
Okay,
out there.
so you two see quickly the approaching danger as a small gnomish man with a mustache that seems to poke
I'm
out
gonna
from
kill him.
beyond his newsboy cap he
Killing
has
him.
on is
Killing
quickly
him.
scuttling toward you with papers in hand.
Snap his neck.
All right, bro. That's close enough.
He suddenly comes to a stop. And you can't only see his face from this height with that hat on and all, but
I don't need to see his face to know where his face is. Bullets travel faster than his words will.
and
I mean, you don't know that.
Fang,
He can talk at the speed of
Fang,
sound.
the if you look, then a similar figure approaches you and Mira. Though this one appears to be female.
Yeah,
And-
great.
And the male gnome says to the larger group of the party, says, "Whoa, don't cause me any harm. It's just I have questions."
Cause him all the harm.
I kind of lift my coat and set my hand on one of my pistols. Well, you can ask all your questions from right there.
Very well, very well. He kind of looks down and flips through his papers, and he says, "There's something important I need to tell your party. It's an offer, an opportunity, and it could be life-changing."
I've done enough life-changing shit. What is in it for me and my party besides, monetary value?
Well, how would you and your party? And he finally raises his hat, and I'm not going to bother to go through all the details of his face, but just imagine this guy is looking not very far from sort of the Mario type nose, except he's got a curly French mustache.
It's me, Mario. Help me save the princess.
And he says, "How would you and your party like to be on the front page of the local Inquirer?"
Oh no, he's a newsie.
Oh shit, it's the paparazzi, bitch.
Would it make me famous?
Of course,
You're
of
already
course.
opposing a king. Of course it would make you famous.
Yeah, I
You'd
just
tell them
don't.
exactly where the fuck you are.
I
We
mean, aren't we
punched
supposed to
a
try to,
bird
like,
out
be
of the
stealthy?
sky. I'm pretty sure we're very famous.
We've been waiting for your return. We've been looking all around. We'd like to speak with all of you, but especially an interview with that Phoenix Slayer.
You mean short stuff over there?
Yes, precisely him. And he walks up to Soren and says, "Good sir, we've heard great tales of your gallant battle with the Phoenix. Could you perhaps provide us with a few words?"
His gallant battle with the Phoenix.
He comes up to me.
Yeah.
He
You're the
goes
one
up
who's been
to
progressing
Aaron.
his title as Phoenix Slayer.
Yep.
Well, Aaron, if you're not going to do anything, I'm going to take all the credit.
Literally shut that thing out of the air, by the way.
It's like, wait, so I was right. He's going to Soren, like Aaron, who's holding the thing, going, wait a minute, what? Wait, no, that's not. He didn't do anything, like at all.
What? We were told. Bah.
Short
is-
stuff. That
both of
guy
the
is
names
taller
end in
than
Ren.
that guy. Short stuff. Do you
Soren,
not understand
Aaron,
the concept of short?
Darren, Laren.
I
Those are their names.
will literally give you my gun to shoot him.
Okay. So which one of you slew the Phoenix? You? And he points at Aaron finally.
Aaron's already like halfway down the street with the Phoenix in his arms. She's like, not dealing with this today.
I mean,
Well, then
technically,
perhaps-
it was a group effort between me and him.
I did most of the work.
Literally
yes.
shot the shit out of the air, by the way.
And I punched it into the water.
How can you punch it into the water when it can't fly?
I punched it into the water twice.
You could be famous. You could.
He's a monk. I'm pretty sure one of his core concepts is not to be famous.
Says who? I mean, technically, if I wasn't exiled, I could have been king.
Wait,
Uh,
what?
Chance I could have been king.
Oh, great. Now we have another pompous prince in our midst.
No. I wasn't Well, I wasn't royalty. I just had the chance of being king, maybe in about 100 years or so, give or take.
Who else is a pompous prince?
I will shoot you in the face.
Yeah, Necro, you got some serious static on your mic. So the gnome waves his hands and clears his throat and tries to more or less get everybody calm down. And then he says, "Okay, look, listen, we can work this out, but there are some people that are spreading very bad rumors about you, and we don't want that to get out before the true story does."
Yeah,
What?
I don't.
What
I
fucking-
literally don't give two shit.
Oh, you, what's your name, Mr. Phoenix Man?
Steve.
Oh my god.
With
This
the
this is-
two-colored hair.
Who has two colored hair?
You know, the one with the bird in his arms.
Short stuff.
Yes,
is
what's your
not my-
name?
Aaron.
Aaron. Yes, Mr. Aaron. Well, do you know this, what was his name? Oh, Roderick. You know this Roderick fellow? He says you
No.
cheated in a duel with him.
Who is Roderick?
Oh, he's one of those earth monks, you know.
Cheated. I just beat the crap out of him.
Oh no, he says not only did you cheat, but you and your fellows were mysteriously placed during the Phoenix summoning incident, and he takes rumors of you carrying one as a way of saying that you've done it.
Sounds like the hot air of someone who lost. I don't give two fucks.
Now wait just a minute here. I was cooking, and then we got the bird after the... I can't do that voice anymore, I'm sorry.
Oh, are you giving up on the Borky? All right.
I honestly, I can't keep doing that voice. It's hurting my throat.
Not with that
hurts.
attitude, you can't.
It hurts.
Clearly, you're not committed. Tisk tisk.
I
thought you were
committed for
better
like
than that.
5 episodes. That's a lot.
So
I've been committed to my
There's a
broken ass
guy
accent for,
out
like
there-
since we began.
that's hurt that he lost.
And apparently spreading rumors. Yes.
Oh no, not just him. Of course not.
Well, how about this? You tell them to meet us at a specific time in a specific place, and we play for keeps. I like keeps.
Well, I was actually going to do that. I thought maybe if I could report on the ensuing battle or argument or whatever it might be, it would really, really draw those numbers. But there's one problem with this.
When
What's
you
the
say
problem?
I don't-
keeps, do you mean the buildings or do you mean life?
They're
I think he means
everything.
life.
He ran away, him and all his fellows that are spreading bad news about you. He starts pointing at you, you all one by one, and listing out names. Murderer, thief, cultist. You burned an orphanage. You rebuilt the orphanage with the insurance money. You burned it
Question.
again.
Who's the murderer?
That's a great question. I mean, that is a great question.
You realize, Kenji, we can't see you pointing at people.
Oh, no. Exactly.
I mean,
Yeah, he's
I
not.
have an
He's
idea
not.
who the cultist is.
Is it Necro?
To that question, he says.
Why am I the cultist?
He says,
I
all
don't
of you,
know.
of course, all of you have murdered, and supposedly, according to their story, and oh yes, there's
I just love the fact that this guy is so butthurt he's making rumors, and Aaron's response is, "Who the hell is Roderick?"
Dude,
You took
all I
everything
know,
from
all
me.
the,
I don't
the
even know
only
you.
reason I know that he's a character is because he
The
said the
Thanos
monk
thing.
that got his ass beat before the Phoenix showed up. And I was just like, huh.
It's not just him. It's not just him. There's plenty of those other fellows with him. Some things are worse than others. However, yes, you, Mister. Oh, I know you. You're Nightingale's son, aren't you? He looks at you,
I think
Lawrence.
what now?
I was about to say, what? The Nightingales are not in this campaign, but I forget that Lawrence's last name is Nightingale.
You know Liliana?
Yes, he asks if you're Nightingale's son.
Yes, what about it?
Oh, well. See, some bad things are being said about your family as well. In fact, it's
Ooh, he
Spec-
talk about your mama?
it's been speculated by this other party that
Is his mother's name Liliana?
the fact that your casting is rather divine in nature has inclined you to work against the entrance of this city with the crown. He speculated that
snap.
you're
What?
some sort of inquisitor.
Oh,
Undercover.
snap.
Lawrence couldn't inquisite shit.
Lawrence
Yes,
couldn't inquisit.
This
shit.
probably the first time you will ever see him so pissed off. And he
No one
walks off.
expects
mean-
the Nightingale Inquisition.
He's mad because we found him out, yes. He just walks off, you said?
You piece of shit, where the fuck is this group?
Oh wow.
Oh
Somebody-
shit!
Oh, shit.
Oh shit!
Wow, he's angry. He's angry.
Wow. Really escalated.
Oh shit!
Does he get the advantage because he's angry? Because it's the first his story reason. It's like what the hell's like he's storming off angry, and Aaron just goes, "What the hell's a nightingale?"
Nah, he
you
rolled
hear
really
you
high.
hear nothing. You hear nothing at first. You don't hear anything. It's silent, and then you see so you're kind of in an alley right now, and you see out from one of the larger streets, some priest is walking by of some sort of another, and he seems very impatient with whoever he's speaking with. And just as it comes into earshot, you all suddenly hear loudly from his conversation, "And that's why those fools headed east. Of course, they couldn't wait." And then he just walks on by.
Wait, what? I'm shooting
fellas.
somebody in the kneecap right now.
I think that's the guy talking shit about us.
He's snitching? Who's the snitch? Fuck these guys up.
No, seriously. I'm shooting somebody in the kneecap. Somebody's getting shot right now.
I think that only helps that I mean, my monastery we were told to ignore the rumors. There's no point in them, or break the necks of those who tell them.
Oh, well,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
one more issue with this. There's one more issue.
Nothing that break a neck can't solve.
Now, that fellow, perhaps your friend's prayers worked, or perhaps it was a beautiful coincidence, but that fellow just screamed about the east, and that's precisely where they've headed, but also to the north. You see, they are, especially with the rumors that this Lawrence fellow is working for the crown,
I mean,
they've come to report your location
Are you
to the Inquisitors.
I mean, Are you working for the crown?
Why would he work for the crown? This dude don't even believe in God.
How can you suspect Lawrence? He's always been so mysterious and helpful.
Oh,
He's the
That's what I
guy
was
from
saying.
Resident Evil 4. Howdy, stranger. What are you buying?
Well, that's
This
exactly
fish
what I
is too
said.
big.
That's exactly what I said. He couldn't be the bad guy, but you see, not all news gets there in the same state. You know that children's game where you whisper to each
It-
other and the
It's
things
called
change.
homophone, and you're being very childish.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens whenever news heads north. You see, and Neverwinter, the story is that you are a group of terrorists who have been tearing apart the crown and the nation all the way from the southern part of the Sword Coast northward. And
Well, they're
Well-
not exactly wrong.
well,
I am trying to kill the king.
this has caused problems for some of your associates,
in my
like
shut
Mr.
up, Lawrence. You had
Nightingale's.
your time. You had your one. You had your one line to speak.
Mr. Nightingale's family, for example, was suddenly, and their medical work is suddenly faced with quite a bit of resistance. Some rumored friends of yours, Griselda, she
Ugh.
was a dwarvish innkeeper, and some
Fucking
shield fellow from the war. They've all been taken away as well.
Take it away.
By who?
To where?
The Inquisition, of course. I don't know where they've taken them, but presumably it's not far from Neverwinter. In fact,
Motherfuckers.
the Nightingale's medical facilities have been seized and have now been, quote unquote, repurposed.
Repurpose my yes. Okay,
Wait, what's
I'm
being
going to.
repurposed?
Lawrence's family business is being turned into some bullshit.
You know, out of character. It's amazing that everything else pops up right before we get to my shit. Throwing that out there.
He said northeast, hint, hint.
Yeah, whatever. Still not in the
We're in
mountains.
Waterdeep, right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we already go to the mountains? What was
No,
that?
we
Wasn't that
didn't.
the whole
That-
purpose of leaving the first time?
No, the first time
No,
we left because
we never went to the mountain.
found a side quest.
You
Literally,
side
that's what
quested.
happened.
we
found
went
a side
here.
quest.
He needs
You
to go
side
here.
quested, bitch.
Look, all I'm gonna say is I was gonna look in my home country. We have the story of a man, very strong, but people were spreading vicious rumors about him, and he didn't give it. He didn't give two fucks. The end.
He didn't give two fucks.
Oh, that story might not be a story. There's someone exactly like that here.
Is he
He
bald?
has very bad things being said about him, but he doesn't seem to care. He's this Minotaur fellow, you see.
Is he bald? Oh, he's not bald. Okay.
The Minotaur! The Minotaur!
Oh,
Out of character, I
you
was
know-
making a Saitama joke.
Wait a minute.
Do you know
that
this-
wouldn't be Big Herc.
Oh, that's the very one. He's an old
God
friend of
damn it!
mine, but he's gone into hiding now. Well, not quite hiding, but he keeps his profile low, you see. After these rumors have been spread, they say that he helped throw in with your terrorist group, and so some of those purple-cloaked ruffians have...
We
Come
literally met him at a festival. That's the only interaction we've ever had with him.
Well, like everyone else, he's
Now
he's
all I
not
can
had good
imagine
run.
is that this freaking monk is coming back with like superpowered stuff. He's like, I will avenge the loss you've dealt to me. I'm like, I don't even know you. Aaron yawns.
Yes. Well,
Well,
I'm
what can you
afraid-
do to help us to clear our name and fuck these rumors up?
Well, the first thing is simply to put out the truth, good words about you, and also to denounce these rumors with reasonable arguments in our paper, but we have limited scope. You see, anything north of here is difficult to get, especially through the main roads.
Literally holding a phoenix, but all right.
That literally means that you probably tried to summon it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Look at me.
definitely look like a guilty person now.
You see how two and two add to 4?
Look, all I'm saying is, you take one look at me. I'm wearing wraps and gauntlets over my hands. Oh yes, I look
And
like
your robot
so
arm.
many. That's hidden
You're
in the sleeve. She
you're
doesn't need
wearing
to know about that.
wraps and gauntlets, but you only have one real hand.
Yeah, that's hidden by the wrapped gauntlet and robes. Why are you people telling him this? He doesn't need to know about my freaking arm. Shut up.
Oh, that's the truth. I see. He suddenly
going to
suddenly
strangle
scribbles it
somebody.
down whenever you mention the arm. He says, "Well, the story in Neverwinter is that you sacrificed
no,
it
I
to
got this.
become the Winter Fae's newest."
Okay, how the hell did they... Wait, whoa. Who
Huh?
said anything about the Winterfell?
Oh well, they say a Fae correspondent spoke to them and spread the word.
Guys, do you ever feel like we're being watched?
Looks directly in the camera. No, what would give you
No.
that idea?
Besides us, there's one person who would have spread that. There's only one person who would know that. Who the hell are you?
Actually, there's a couple people that would know that because I shot a couple of them.
Oh, right, those guys. Fuck those guys.
I
Didn't
know,
you
right?
drop a bomb on them?
I did. It was glorious.
Anyway, the story is that in an attempt to control some sort of elemental force, you injured yourself, and then in your anger, you sacrificed your arm to make a pact with some evil deity, but evil being from the Fey world.
Oh, no. I literally lost the arm because I was given a magic weapon that blew up.
Much more reasonable, but perhaps we shouldn't include that detail in the.
Oh no,
story.
please do.
But it was so
Please
cool,
do.
though. He punched this
Please
powerful
do.
magic
You don't know.
person,
None of
and
you
they just
know
turned
that.
to
None of you
paste.
know that. None of you know that because you never saw it.
You would. You're telling me your character wouldn't
It's
drag
a
the
lie.
fuck out of that?
He didn't. Literally,
That is
he
out
punched-
of character.
like,
That
you
your
heard
character
the-
wouldn't brag
You
the
heard
fuck.
the boom. He came out. His arm was all mangled, and then he cut his own arm off.
He rushes up and says, "Well, if nothing else, then could you just tell us the gist of the story, and perhaps, if you would be so inclined, a signature or something."
But why?
Why would you need a signature? Those
Why
are
would you
very
need to tell the
forgeable.
story?
Oh no, the signature isn't for the story; it's for business.
Blink.
Well, I'm sure you all could, with all the danger that you go through, you could use a bit of supply money.
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
not
I'll set
really.
up the contract and all the rights agreements and things of that nature. Don't worry about it.
He doesn't
You
speak
start
for us.
making us look good.
Very good, and he starts to take care of that and write things down, and eventually comes up to you, Soren, and as he's talking with you, you kind of you have a feeling that it might be on purpose, but you kind of feel as if an object has been slipped either into or out of your pocket.
Ooh.
There's an object in my pocket.
Can I see
How-
what that was?
How good was that sleight of hand roll?
Yeah,
Yes.
Jesus.
How good was that sleight of hand roll?
Because there's kind of like
What's
a
your
really
passive?
couple perceptive bastards around here.
What's the highest passive in the party?
22.
That would be Aaron.
Yeah, so Aaron, I mean, you saw his pocket move, but you didn't see anybody reach into it.
Yeah.
Motherfucker's visible.
What did you just do?
Whatever
Nothing.
do you mean?
And he looks up to you at a, kind of an angle where only you can see his face currently, and he gives you this look, Soren, like like his eyes are a different look from the rest of his face when he says nothing. It's sort of you don't just look type look. And he continues writing for a story. And if you check around, it's just a slip of paper that's in your pocket now.
Man, you guys really need to learn how to keep your heads down.
You've won
Can
a
I shoot him?
contest for.
No, I'm gonna see. Well, I want to read what it says.
Okay. It is a letter from
Dear
Tyann.
douchebags. Oh. Who the hell is that?
Our druid friend.
Tyann.
But
yeah.
I meant the
How the fuck
I
did
met
you
the
get
druids.
this?
I don't remember that name being with the druids we met.
Are you
Wait.
asking him how you got it, or?
I'm gonna ask him. How did you get this?
Oh, I talked to him. He's a pretty nice guy.
Through a friend. It's for you.
What does it say about Tyann?
You think it's a good idea to read it right now, out in the open? Oh, but what should I know?
If you read it, it's correspondence from Tyann that says it's come to his attention that you recently may have discovered a elvish woman that was in some sort of strange unconscious state, and that aside from just that, there are a few things that need to be discussed as quickly as possible relating to the elven realm.
Discuss these nipples. Wait, I don't know. Wait, what?
I'm sorry, what's about nipples?
And he doesn't necessarily name a specific location, but he says that to speak with this woman whenever she wakes up would be prudent, as written communication is becoming less secure over time. That you should try and set up a meeting from there.
You know, he was there when she woke up.
Wait, who's the unconscious lady?
The
The
lady
one that's
you
inside
saved.
Aaron's head.
Yeah. Wait, do we know that that's the
No.
person in his head? I thought
No,
that was
no.
just some random.
There was an unconscious. Yeah, there was an unconscious lady in the cave whenever you went to rescue the gnome, and it was the same one that you spoke to whenever you had those visions from the tree. She was involved with the Circle of Swords, Druid Circle. Gwyneth was her name.
Right, that's right. How would I
How
even
true.
get in touch with her?
She's in the city. If I recall correctly, you all had her at a hideout.
Oh shit!
Oh right,
yeah.
for her
his
to
house
recover.
wasn't safe anymore. I forgot we opened that up.
Yeah, because that was not the guy's druid lady. She just happened to be there, prisoner along with several other druids.
Right. She was randomly out there.
And whenever you last spoke to her, whenever you made contact with Circle of Swords, she had informed you that Tyann had left their cause, so to speak, and she, along with the tree and the other druids, were the ones that informed you where he was.
All right, cool. Well, thank you for this message. I hope your publishing goes well, and I will double our efforts to get better publicists.
Yes, hopefully these rumors don't hurt your reputation down here, but we'll do our best. And he extends his hand and he says, Morty is my name.
Do you know someone named
Morty?
Yeah, well, it's actually Mordecondilius, but Morty for short.
Well, Mr. Ilias, thank you so much for your help, and he slips him 8 gold for his troubles.
He throws it up in the air and catches it and says, uh, thank you, much obliged. I'll go buy some dinner with us.
You gonna
Speaking of
spend
dinner, I
entire 8
have a.
gold on dinner? That's crazy.
Speaking of dinner, I have a bird to feed.
And I have a homecoming meal to prepare. Goddamn, I dropped back into the accent.
You're a liar, is what you are.
And I have shit to invent, so I'm going to the dwarves' place. Don't bother me unless your arm falls off.
I'll check to see if there's a message from Thalos from the. I think there was like a certain time frame he was gonna get in touch.
Yeah, so there is in fact a message, and he suggests that you meet within the next week or so, and rather than naming a location, he has sort of a rough sketch drawn out with an X to mark a spot and a few landmarks around it. One of those you couldn't put it on a map and compare the two, but if you were looking at certain landmarks and you could sort of triangulate the position, think like an old typical treasure map. And the first thing you see is sort of these spires, these mountains and hills and rocks. You see a great tree on the other side of the X, and smaller trees are sketched in front of it for size, and it looks like a sort of ant to human comparison from a regular tree to this tree. And the last landmark there, you see what looks like some sort of barley or wheat field. And above this field, there's a little, what looks like a chapel sketched. And above even that is a symbol. It looks like a handful of grain. And overlaid over the grain is a blooming rose. And that's all.
Do I recognize any of these landmarks?
History and then religion.
Okay.
You don't know exactly, but you're pretty sure you remember hearing about something similar to a tree this size, somewhere up in the north. Not like Neverwinter North, but north of here. That there was apparently some barbarian tribe long ago that it went extinct, but before it was wiped out, a contingent of it had split off and formed another tribe specifically to revere and protect this great tree. And it's one of the elven territories from what you remember hearing. So presumably it would be somewhere like Southwood or the High Forest, any one of those large forests to the east. The mountains, you're not sure, and you don't recognize the symbol. It definitely looks like some sort of logo or symbol or insignia rather than just a landmark, but you can't seem to recognize that by looking at it, the rose over grain.
Okay, interesting. That's where he says meet there soon, eventually,
Yeah,
or whatever.
within the next, like there's not a specific time listed, so the idea likely is that it's sort of you'll know when you see it. But he has those marked as to, I guess, prevent anyone assuming they would have got their hands on it first to just track it by a simple map.
Okay. Well, sweet. I will go back to the hideout and wait for what's her face to wake up so we can talk.
Okay, it takes some more time, and she's in an almost death-like slumber, but as if on cue, despite the fact that she spent a couple weeks completely out of it, now she begins to stir from her slumber, and she's incredibly pale and almost seems dead, even though that she's awake now. She doesn't particularly say much. She just stares off at nothing.
I think this was defective. Hello.
Gwyneth, do you remember us?
She squints at you for
Oh,
probably at
that's-
least a good 30 seconds. Says, "Should I?"
Yes.
Pit, Purple Templars, Necrotic Energy,
She was unconscious for that bit.
the Feywild.
But you also you took us to Tyen, right? And you took us to the great tree in the well where we saw our visions.
Whenever you mention Tyen and a great tree, this kind of bitter frown passes over her face, and she says, "I remember now." You spoke with a circle of swords.
Correct.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you that if you're looking for them, you won't find them, that our great tree has long since been felled. The band is scattered, and I haven't spoken with Tyen not since he left.
Are you sure? Maybe you just don't remember. It seems like your memory, the recent past, has been a little bit hazy.
She looks as if she just realized something, and then another kind of bitter look passes over her expression, and she says, "It's likely that some of my memory is missing. It's Sith. Sith is gone now, and I haven't been able to. He hasn't been able to manifest. It's you see, it's part of my mind, and it's as if it's been blocked out."
Lawrence, can you restore her in any way?
Have I ever even been to that hideout? I keep asking this. I think I've never been there.
I don't think he has ever been there.
Oh.
He might have been the first time. I don't know. Whenever you all fought your way through the sewers, or well, went through the sewers in the infiltration. But
I mean, I'll go grab Lawrence in this case, and I'll show him all the way. I'm like, I'm sorry, it's gross. I'm sorry, but it's nice once you get there.
We could just go through the blacksmith entrance.
Oh, yeah. Still.
Quite unsanitary.
Well, do you think you can restore her? Her mind is not what it used to be.
I possibly could, but I probably need about 100 gold worth of diamond dust.
Does anyone have that?
I have 100 gold. Is there a jeweler in this town?
I mean, definitely for sure.
Yeah, it's not like any of your members have an inn with dwarves that craft shit all the time and probably have dust and slag and everything just laying around. But I'm not there, so I digress.
Wait, who has gold just lying around?
Fang does. I do, sir.
Wow.
I don't spend a lot of money.
Now you're going British with your accent?
He's
Make
Sean
up your
Connery
mind,
here.
sir.
Okay. Yeah, Fang, can you go run up and grab some for the lady? Oh no, you're cooking. I'll go grab it. If that's okay with you.
No problem. Here you go, and I hand you a bag of 10 platinum. Which I'm pretty sure is 100 gold.
Thank you.
Yes, 1 platinum is worth 10 gold. You can do math, sir. Congratulations.
My character did not deal with arithmetic well.
So
He
you're looking
doesn't
for
know his
diamond dust, is that it?
mathematications.
He knows how to read and talk. You're lucky he can speak.
Yeah, whatever the materials are that Lawrence told me.
Okay, yeah, you can easily find a jeweler, and you just specifically tell them to make sure that it's in fine dust form, and you can
My
purchase
question
100 gold
is,
worth.
who the fuck makes diamond dust?
Yeah, that's the thing. You pretty much you kind of get an odd look, but now that
Well,
now
wouldn't
that
it,
Well, I mean, Shiva loves spraying it around in Final Fantasy.
yeah, oh my god,
wouldn't it be for after you start cutting the gems?
yeah, that
When you
probably.
cut gems don't crumble.
Yeah, but it's like cutting with like a circular saw anywhere. Dust is getting places. It's just a part of the process. But
And
to get that
largely
much,
now that you guys have been doing a lot of work in Waterdeep, and now that magic is slowly being kind of not necessarily normalized, because people in
reintroduced.
Waterdeep were never not a fan of it necessarily, but now that it's become less risky to talk about, there are probably a couple more people coming around asking for spell components, and really the religious temples in Waterdeep never had this issue, so they have a lot of clerics and stuff that are using diamonds and diamond dust, so it's not too out of the way to ask for it.
Because most diamonds are cut with the high pressure water seals. So
In modern time.
Do they use
I
water magic
do
to cut it at
believe
this? Is the question.
I do believe it'd be easy in magic times.
Yeah, but you're expecting a diamond dealer down Diamond Dim Phillips.
Otherwise,
freaking-
only diamonds can be cut by diamonds. So, and
It's all about density and hardness and blah blah blah.
Do you want your magic powder
Well,
or
technically, you don't have to cut a diamond. All you have to do is strike it hard enough on its geometrical line, and it will break itself.
Yep.
Cool. So yeah, we get that done.
Science class, bitches.
I want to know the first person in D&D that realized, if I smash this precious gem, I can use it for magic.
So maybe try to explain the deep lore. I don't know. I don't know if there is deep lore for why crystals are used. I have my reasons. So.
Well, crystals have been mainly subjective to magic because of their mysterious qualities when they were first found. And a lot of like the Wiccans and early like religious groups would use crystals because they feel crystals held a mysterious power.
Yeah,
So
that was my idea.
So gemstones have mostly been used in magic because people think that they hold a certain magical quality to them.
Meanwhile, Aaron's just feeding the bird, ignoring this entire conversation.
Oh, this conversation isn't happening because I'm probably like 5 miles away, deep inside of a cave with dwarves.
Fang is cooking a food for all the sick people and the bird.
Yes, you're able to get the diamond dust.
While he's out, look? Can I look at her mental or physical state?
Okay, you just want to run like a general overview.
Yeah.
Tinker,
Go
tinker,
ahead,
tinker,
medicine.
tinker. Medicine my ass.
No, not for your
Wait, what are we
tinker.
doing?
Lawrence's medicine.
I was not paying attention
I'm the
to
gun doctor.
that. I know kung fu.
So physically, she's pretty weak because she's been out of it for a while and hasn't exactly been able to move much. But a little bit of maybe some physical therapy and a little bit of exercise will eventually get her back on her feet, literally. But as for her mental state, she seems pretty fine and coherent in the places. I think when it comes to intelligence and memory for the most part, but memory on certain subjects and certain parts, especially a lot of her, I guess, emotional intelligence and recognition is kind of foggy, as if you've seen this sort of thing before with magical curses, um, or mind wipe spells, memory magic, botched potions, that sort of thing.
So is there a possibility it might be done by a curse?
Yeah, that's a definite possibility.
Since I learned this spell all of a sudden and I didn't use it earlier, I'll try it out.
Um, it seems to kind of reduce the effect on her, but she still doesn't seem to be as coherent as she maybe once was.
Probably need greater restoration.
What do you think I need the
Shouldn't
diamonds for?
shouldn't a cleric have greater restoration at this level?
What do you
No,
think
it's a
I
level
needed
5.
diamond dust for?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you do. You're weird. You're the shady one. You're the coldest. And from what I hear, your family's helping the king, and
And now you're believing those lies as well.
Other way around, actually, they're saying that Lawrence is helping the king, and so his family's facing some trouble up north. But whenever
wait,
you do,
so
you perform a greater, huh?
because he's being accused of helping the king, his family's in trouble, even though the king
What's
is in
weird is
charge up north.
what's weird though is my family lives near Waterdeep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It seems pretty backward, isn't it? That's why, and then mysteriously, their facilities are now being repurposed. Makes sense, right? So, yeah, it's kind of sketchy. But as you perform the greater restoration, um, there's a sound that sounds like glass shattering, and this weird light kind of pulses over Gwyneth, and she suddenly looks the color begins to return to her skin, but she suddenly looks pretty sick. And
She's gonna puke.
yes, she looks for the nearest safe spot.
Aaron jumps back while pushing Soren forward just
Just
in
right out
case.
the door, right in the sewer water.
Get a what was that? A bedpan?
Get a bed.
I mean, if we lift the floorboard, we probably just go right into the sewer.
So all right,
no.
you give her that.
No. Well, as she's about to puke, I just push Soren right in the path.
No, you don't. I'm not even near you.
Now you're lying, motherfucker.
So you all see land in the bedpan. Looks like some sort of kind of inky, just black pearl. Like some sort of
In
obsidian
my head, I go,
stone.
Mabe, what the fuck? Hello? Kenji? In Aaron's head, he goes, Mabe, what the fuck?
She says, "That's not good."
Why are you puking up pearls?
That's never good.
Quick, don't touch it. It'll take us to a giant corpse with a sword in it.
I don't know.
I
She
don't
seems
understand that reference.
It's an Inuyasha reference.
Thank you.
But yeah, she
Literally, his
seemed just as
brother
surprised
ripped
as
out
any
the
of
pupil of
you.
his eye, and it was a black pearl, and he tapped it with the staff that he got
Yeah.
transferred to their father's grave.
Yeah, I don't. She seems just as surprised as you all do. She kind of doesn't toss it aside, but she sets it down and steps back from it and says, "Oh, that's odd." Thing starts to roll around a little bit on the bedpan, but
Yeah. I'll ask Mabe what she meant by that's not good.
it's not good. I don't know what else to say.
Do you know what it is?
I know what it might be.
So
Enlighten
light in it.
me.
That it looks like the same sort of thing the court uses to capture beings.
When you say
no, this is-
capture beings...
You don't hear this.
Yeah, this is a mental.
Oh, sorry. Missed that part.
And
You
why
know,
would they want to capture
souls
her?
and stones.
So
Maybe she should explain.
Hey,
I'm
why does the Winter Court want to capture you? That was
Why-
out loud. I'm saying it to
Why?
to Gwyneth.
why?
Why
Why?
what?
Why?
Why are you saying why?
Soul stone.
Oh.
I'm just saying, if they're going to try to capture you, why would you have things that are ingested? Sounds kind of backwards. Wouldn't you want the thing to encompass you?
Maybe they
I'm
want
confused
them
at
to implode.
I'm confused at their methods. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe they want them to implode instead.
Oh, I'm not so sure. They must have wanted to separate Sith and I,
Who?
which means that
Wait, is that Mabe's sister
no,
out of character? Oh.
Sith was the weird wolf. This lady had like a I guess you
Wait,
could
this
say,
woman had a wolf
She had
named
a
Sith?
wolf?
yeah,
Did he have a giant ass sword in his mouth?
Sith, not Sith. And no, but you remember that
Sith, not Sith. That's what you sound like right now.
I don't know. What you remember is that it's just manifested. It wasn't a regular wolf. So
Why
she
they want to
summoned it as you
separate
would
you
a
from the
sword or
wolf?
something. Well, he is a rather old being.
Okay, but
One
that
with
doesn't
great.
explain why the Winter Fae want to separate you from it.
Well, I'm not familiar with her politics, but I can't imagine that. Well, you see, he's an adherent. He's one of the beings closest to another greater being that devours magic. I could certainly see why the Inquisitors or the elves would want that, but I don't know anything about the Winter Court.
The Inquisitors, do you know where they are exactly?
Do they have Sith? And Vincent and Yuffie?
Don't forget about Red 13.
The talking lion with the mane?
They are, well, I mean, they're all over the north, but they're working with the Elven realm now, and they've torn apart every forest from the Neverwinter Wood down here. Last I heard, they were after the grandfather tree.
Where is the grandfather tree?
It's in the high forest east of here.
Aha, that must be the symbol. I say that in my own head, not out loud. But we should definitely go there. And then, Aaron, don't you have some business up in those mountains in the high forest?
So I was told there's a monk up there.
Well, we should check on Lawrence's parents' place soon, and then I think we should go there.
I was still waiting for Kenji to pull that one thing I was supposed to come here like 5 levels ago, and like we get there, he's not like all weak and shit.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Lawrence, do you wish to try to fix your family's household before we depart?
Of course, as soon as possible.
All right. So
But
sweet.
that
We
sounds
should
like
do that.
work. I already fixed someone else's
What happened 5 levels
relationships.
ago?
I couldn't tell you. I think Taz was still here.
Mm.
Hmm. Um, I'll show her the message from that I got from Tyen though. It's like, do you know where he could be? Does any of this help?
Well, knowing him, I don't think he would be oblivious to all that's gone on, and I also don't think he would ignore it, so I
You
can't
think
imagine he would be far from the tree.
You don't think he'd be far from the tree, or would be far from the tree?
I don't think he would be far from it. He would probably go there.
I mean, he's trying to fight. He's trying to save it. I'm sure.
Well, he would
Shit.
certainly
Okay.
try.
All right. Do you want to go straight there, or do you want to come with us? We're just gonna stop at Lawrence's place, and then we're gonna go try to do stuff in the mountains and in the forest.
Well, without Sith, I'm not as capable as I normally would be, so perhaps I should rejoin trusted allies and learn more. Is this
Because we're not
where?
trusted.
I
Well.
just think she's probably in over her head.
You
a
don't
little.
have to explain it to me. I'm not there.
Oh, right.
But where do you get this idea? Where do you get this idea about the Winter Court?
Oh yeah, shit. Aaron shouldn't have brought that up.
Never mind. Why? What do you want to know?
Well, the being I've been bound to since birth and entrusted with has been taken, and the suggestion was put forth that they had something to do with it.
Well, the suggestion was more of it had that it was something similar to the Winter Court, but you brought up a good point about the purple people.
The purple
Paladins,
people.
Yep. One eye, one horn,
Bang bang.
flying
What a-
purple people eaters.
People, please pay attention.
So it's not unheard of that they might have discovered a way to mimic it.
Peter Piper picked the pickled peppers.
Oh,
not
perhaps they're
here.
working with. Perhaps they're working with the Winter Fae then.
In my head, I go, "Are you working with the Templars?"
I'm
With the
not.
Is your mother or your sister or anyone in power?
I wouldn't know. I don't think they would be. It'd sort of be beneath them.
Now I get the feeling it would be beneath them. I say to her.
Well, you're probably right, but I should still look into it.
How will we see you again? Maybe we'll meet up in the high forest when we both try to find Tyann.
Hopefully, him and I aren't on the best of terms anymore after what happened to the Circle of Swords, but it's no reason to mope. They've already cut down one great tree. I'll do it again if they can.
Good luck to you, Gwyneth.
And thank you for the help in restoring my mind. But I do have one question. Did someone take the stone?
What stone?
Should still be in the pan, wouldn't it?
Nope. Was anybody watching it?
I would have been studying it.
Aaron would have been for the simple fact that he, if he's trying to figure out what it was, he's been consulting Mabe.
So you two notice that every time it enters your peripheral vision, like it seems like anytime you're not necessarily paying attention to it, when you look away, or if it's just in your periphery, it sort of begins to move on its own.
What?
I don't like this.
Moving?
Anybody have a jar?
It's in a pan.
I got
right?
a jar of dirt.
Isn't this the plot of Pirates of the Caribbean?
If it's in a pan,
I
we have
got
a
a jar
lid to the
of
pan.
dirt. I got a jar of dirt.
It's
Does
currently in
anyone
a
have
pan.
see invisibility?
Oh no, my favorite. Where's the thump thump? Where's the thump thump?
Shit.
Those things are sentient. Yeah, you hear this in your head, Aaron. Well, semi-sentient.
Why are they sentient and what is it looking for?
Sort
The
of
same in my head.
artificially created beings.
Do they
They
need a
serve-
host to
They
survive?
serve as their own wardens. They seek out powerful beings to imprison, and then a sentience, when placed, when this prisoner is placed within that realm, then this being serves as warden there, and a place in which they're much more powerful. A sort of pocket
Ah.
dimension, if you will, until they can be transported elsewhere.
Cool.
We should destroy them.
You didn't hear any of that. Shut up. Is there any way we can use it, or is it programmed to someone and only follow certain orders?
Well, it wouldn't be very ethical to use it.
Ethical, whatever. I grab a.
She says ethical, but she's occupying your mind.
All right. Yeah, I'm
But
grabbing
I
John,
suppose
try to
that's a
close
matter
the
of
end
human
John.
morality.
Morality's overrated.
Fae don't quite see it in the same fashion, hence why they're widely used. So long as you can control its application, then the warden, the sentient item itself, has no real alignment. It simply seeks to keep whatever it has imprisoned behind its magic. It's rather neutral in that regard.
So what exactly do we do with this?
We should probably destroy them, right? They can't be good.
It's probably a good idea, Gwyneth says.
I blast it with a skin nova. I just like tip point and then like use a vibration to pop it.
It doesn't seem to really do anything other than move.
Wonder what they're made of.
Soren uses Skinova. It was very effective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about Sacred Flame?
It once again doesn't seem to be affected.
So there is a bucket in the room that has gunpowder in it. Drop it in there and blow it
Why?
up. Because you live with a guy that has nothing better to do than build shit to hurt people.
Well, we should get out of the. If it's a huge barrel, it's gonna blow the whole room up.
Aaron,
It's a
you hear a voice.
reinforced barrel.
You hear Mabe's voice in your head, and she says, "He doesn't think the gunpowder will affect its magic, does he?"
Yeah.
You can't
He
hear
said
me.
that.
I'm nowhere near y'all. I'm just pointing out what's in the room.
Shut the fuck up.
I throw a stone and summon them.
Son of a bitch!
Yeah, so you're just about to finish drawing that light. So you've had to redraw it a few times, Darius. You're one of the basic parts of your schematic, and just as you finally got the angle right, you haven't messed up, you haven't smudged it all. Just as you're about to put that finishing touch on that line, you get teleported away from your work, and you're suddenly in the sewer hideout.
Somebody's arm better be falling off.
I let the arm. I pop the arm out and throw it on the ground. There. Does that work?
I fucking hate you guys.
Well, we're trying to destroy this little ball thingy. We can't. Any ideas?
Have you tried blowing it up?
No, let me try this. Because is it made of something? Is it a regular material?
I don't know why I just opened that.
It's not really glossy. Strangely, it looks like exactly as I said, some sort of obsidian or pearl, but obviously dyed black. But it seems to have a kind of matte finish over it. And all that happens when you use shatter is you suddenly have a ringing in your ears, and the stone seems unaffected.
Oh,
Hey,
that's
what's
weird.
the racket going on?
We're trying to destroy something.
Is
How
it
about-
magic?
Kind of.
Yes.
Then why are you trying to smash it?
No, that was just a spell. It just was loud. Keep cooking.
I'll cast banishment on it. Does it disappear?
You cast banishment on it. That's great.
It's
It
technically
so-
a sentient
doesn't-
object.
It doesn't say you even have to have a creature. It just says target for banishment. So
So you banish
its
it to a
natural
different
realm?
plane.
Actually, it does say send one creature.
oh, doesn't. Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
well, I walk
banishment
into
doesn't
the
seem to do
kitchen
anything.
and I grab a pot and I toss it in the pot.
It's
And then
already
I
in a pot.
toss. Oh, it's already in the pot. I toss that pot in another pot, and then I put at least 3 sticks of dynamite in there.
Do you know that would blow up the room?
And I set it outside on the balcony.
Don't.
And I leave the door open, and I walk at least 6 paces into the room, and I shoot the pot.
Wait!
You're about to lose your front door.
Jesus Christ! Why
How
would
is
you
the
do
person who doesn't know magic know that you can't break magic shit?
Because you can break magic shit. It's just you got to use enough force.
Fire strike.
We know people that could do that, though.
I'm too lazy for all that. Straight and directive and boom.
No, wait. Maybe that's it. That's not gonna
Running.
work.
You guys are forgetting something. The quote: "Any problem on Earth can be solved with a careful application of high explosives." So you all are promptly.
I also
met
use a
with-
grit. Make it even more
Fucking-
violent.
31.
So suddenly, you all do not have a front door.
God damn it, Darius!
Fuck!
It's okay. Somebody will fix it. We have the gold.
And then you see,
You're fixing it.
sorry for this one, Lawrence, but even more unsanitary, you suddenly see Splat, your were-rat friend, come by and start sweeping up the remains, bits of debris. He starts cleaning the balcony off, and he says, "Ooh, what's this?" And he begins to reach for the stone that's still sitting there.
No.
Don't touch
not
it!
even
Don't
no.
touch it!
No.
He
I'll go.
stops.
I'll go and pick it up.
Okay, it's pretty
Well-
cold. It's strangely cold. It's like an ice cube.
Why would you touch it?
Well, that is my ideas. I don't have explosives big enough for that.
I know someone who does, Mabe says. And Aaron said,
Are they
I'll
in the
just-
mood of sharing?
I'll just mage
Mabe
hand
might,
it.
Mabe might know someone who has big enough explosives.
Are they in the mood for sharing?
"Oh,
Like,
they generally don't share."
All of it.
They don't generally share.
Isn't there a wizard that we could come and talk to about this?
Yeah, let's take
That's
it
what
to our
I
friend.
said.
No, you didn't.
Nobody cares what you said. Cook the food.
Just for that, you're not getting your fancy garlic knots.
I don't eat garlic knots, dumbass. I'm a vampire.
Now who's conforming to stereotypes now? And I just walk inside and go back to cooking.
I don't know what that means, but now I want to bleed him dry for some reason.
So we have to go to Bellum, right?
Did Mabe tell me who it was?
Oh, probably wouldn't be worth it, but the Fey realms are in balance with one another, so Something one creates, the other can generally destroy. So if you happen to be in a mood to speak to Titania, then you certainly can, but I wouldn't suggest it.
Titania?
The Queen of Elves?
The queen of the fairies.
Close enough.
You mean
Knew somebody
Titania?
was gonna fuck that up. Technically, it's pronounced Titania, but that's neither here nor there.
Titania.
Tammy.
We're gonna go talk to Tammy. Okay, you call that to her. You call her that to her face and see what the fuck happens. I'll wait.
Yes, but she says, I don't suggest speaking her name out loud very often, but especially not 3 times. But
Titania, Titania, Titania.
Oh, why would you
If it
do that?
wasn't
It's
him,
Kenji.
I was going to do it.
Oh my god, he did it in front of a mirror too.
Wait, what?
You don't get the reference in front of a mirror?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I missed the bit with mirror.
You do realize my name at work is the Candy Man.
I was thinking of Bloody Mary.
That works too.
Damn Protestants.
Did out 10 for historical reference, but so you say it 3 times,
Of course,
and where
he's an
your door.
asshole. He's a vampire, and he's not really worried about consequences right now.
So
Yeah,
where your
well,
door used to
he's
be,
pissed
You're gonna
off.
lose your vampirism.
where your door used to be,
Another door appears and opens up. Hi.
there's suddenly a heat and a light and suddenly in a 60-foot radius there's a sphere of sunlight that
Fuck
engulfs.
me. Why does everything have to be fucking bright around here? Can't we just sit in a nice, cozy fucking undercarriage and be, not in the fucking sunlight?
Wait, did you just invoke the wrath of the Queen of the Fairies with my
I
fey
don't
girlfriend in the
fucking
house?
know.
And so it's suddenly very hard for you to see Darius.
Oh man, it's pretty.
Oh, you're
bright
lucky
in
you're
here.
a lord now, otherwise that would hurt.
Yep. And it's blinding to all of you, really, because it's so bright. But it's also very hot, and you hear a crackle.
No. Did she just? I try to see if something's been set on fire.
So the kind of shattered remains of your door, some of them start to light up.
The door is lighting up. I mean, everything's lighting up right now, but the door's lighting up.
I can't see shit. I can't help you.
Somebody coming out of it?
Caused the problem.
I still can't see shit, so I
went-
still can't help you.
I was going to see if what's happening, if it's forming a gateway or anything.
So you're trying to get near the door?
I'll just snuff out.
I'm just trying to see.
Is it like a little fire or is it like a big
Yeah, they're
fire?
just a collection of small fires.
Yeah, I
soon
can
to
press
turn
the
into a big
initiation
fire.
those out.
Okay,
Yeah.
so eventually you're able to get those out for the most part, but new ones keep popping up as you do. The daylight begins to fade. What were you trying to do exactly, Aaron? Did you say you were trying to get a closer look?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear what all it was, but
Well,
You
bloody
just-
hell, don't just fucking stand there. Somebody do something.
you see
I start
that
pushing.
Come,
Darius
go,
forward.
smite somebody. Do something. It's boring as shit right now.
and eventually the fires begin to fade and the sunlight fades with it. And Aaron, you can see first that there is now a message written in the floor where the doorway once was, kind of burned in, charred into the ground.
What's it say?
Does anyone know Sylvan?
The voice in his head does.
I don't know that.
He's correct. Mabe does know Sylvan.
He's correct.
I know
It
Elvis.
says "fuck you."
Yeah, it's the same script, Lawrence. It's pretty similar, but you can't make out all the nuances. Mabe tells you, Aaron, that it says, you and your group should come have tea sometime.
Why have you
It's a
done
rather
this to
cheery
us?
message.
I can't tell if that's a threat or.
You and your group should what?
Come have tea.
So
A tea
I
party.
know when you get invited to tea in a different dimension, usually that's a bad fucking thing. Because I've seen Through the Looking Glass too many times and read it too many times to think that that would ever be good. Off with their heads, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know that loot that you received, Soren?
The what?
The
Yeah, the loot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of tingles whenever this magic is going on. It's kind of, I guess, drums with power, with kind of magical aura while this magic is here. And then once the fire fades and light fades, it stops.
Weird. What do you mean weird?
You know, nothing. Just magic. Magic's weird sometimes.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm not gonna argue with you about that.
And then Splat pokes his head into the
Says
doorway
the man
again
who
and
used the
says,
magic item to become a vampire.
Splat pokes
Look,
his head around
man.
the door and says, should I call Mr. Taz? You know, to fix the door?
Yeah.
No,
he,
let Darius do it.
well,
Yes, you can call Mr. Taz. I'll give him 8 gold to fix the door. Tell him no more, no less.
Okay, do you pay first or door first?
Door first. I'll check the quality and pay afterwards.
Are you a door
That won't
inspector?
fly in any union shop.
I don't give a fuck about the union. I can just go in there and blow it up. Mhm.
You realize Taz is the one who owns the blacksmith right above us.
There's not a blacksmith right above us.
Yeah, there is.
There's a warehouse right above us.
There's a warehouse and a There's a warehouse
Yeah, it got-
across
it
the
got
street. The
converted.
blacksmith has like next to it.
Yeah,
or
Taz
something.
converted
No,
it into the
'cause-
smithy.
Because
We own
Ty
both
owns the
buildings.
warehouse.
Yeah, but don't we
And it
lease
was
it
turned
out?
into a smithy.
I've never sold anything to a smithy.
Well, it's leased out then.
When?
Check the tapes.
Because I should be getting a shit ton of money right now.
Well, that's not technically you right now.
Well, not technically
Yeah.
me, but I don't know shit about this.
Well,
So technically,
two
you don't have a
NPCs
say
that
what your
aren't
non-character does.
As and that guy.
He is now an NPC for Kenji to do with what he wish.
In this episode, Darius enters into a lawsuit with. He says, "I don't know if Mr. Taz is gonna go for that, but I'll go ask him." He says, "Oh, hello. I don't see you down there very often, but I don't know if you remember me. I'm Splat," and he offers to shake your hand, Lawrence. This way, right?
How dirty is it?
Um,
Well, I'm wearing gloves, so it really doesn't matter. But I still hesitantly tried shaking his hand.
he says, "It's okay. I got my shots," and then he shakes your hand. and he swoops a little bit more and heads up to the smithy. And now, left in the smoldering remains of your front room, what are you guys doing?
Where's the pebble right now?
Hmm?
Where's the pebble?
You picked it up, so I guess wherever you would have put it.
It'll be on me.
Hmm?
I faced the group. So what are we gonna do about this thing?
We should keep it like
It's
that.
sentient, right? Put it in the fucking safe.
Yeah, we should.
Better
lock
yet,
it up.
doesn't one of these jackasses have a bag of holding? Throw that bitch in there. Nobody has a bag of holding.
Oh yeah, no, I do.
Throw that bitch in there. Technically, it
Suffocate
can't
the Black
leave.
Pearl.
All right, I'll mage hand it into my bag.
All right. It goes in there. And
You
nothing
didn't put it in a
happens.
jar or anything?
Well, what's it gonna do?
Try to imprison you when you reach into the bag to grab it?
Oh, I'll cloak it. I'll cloak it in a bandana.
So what are we doing?
We're gonna go rescue Lawrence's family's house from debtors or whatever.
And then we're going to see some crazy monk in the forest or something.
Yeah, then we're going to meet your monk friend and also stop the Inquisitors from destroying the tree.
You
I
know,
thought she said the tree already was cut down.
No, there's
one
there's
of them
multiple
has.
trees.
Yeah, well, the one in the Neverwinter Wood was.
So at this point, Fang has prepared a 12-course meal for you fuckers if you want to eat lunch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you come out to let everybody know that the food's done, Fang, and you see that your front door's been blown open, and there's a message written in Sylvan.
Oh, you know who could read that? Oh, God fucking damn it. I realized it the minute I was saying it.
Should we take up on her offer?
And if she takes a look at it, you get the same translation that Maeve gave. You and your party should come have tea sometime.
How does she feel about that?
She can be a blessing and a curse, if that makes sense. Imagine a very comfortable fire on a warm night. So comfortable, in fact, that you want to throw yourself into it and burn. That sort of sums up Summer Queen. So I would visit at your own peril, but if you're brave enough, you could try. It's best to call her name in a better location, though, with a bit more care. You'll hopefully get a nicer response.
Oh, that was a good meal. What did you make?
What did you make, Fang? Oh, your mic's lighting up, but I hear no audio.
Yeah, no, that was me
Oh.
about to say something, then realizing, fuck.
Accent.
So he's effectively made a large amount of favorite dishes from years ago that he hasn't really touched because it's been the last time since he's seen Mira.
Oh, so the home cooking.
Yep.
That's what he did. All right, so you all get a wonderful meal. Probably a bit of an improvement after rations and whatever was on board the ship, but still. Granted, they
There's
were
a
nicer
cook on
compared
the
to
ship.
most.
I was the
Matter of
cook on
fact,
the
he's
ship.
cooking right now.
This is true. Gwyneth leaves, and you are left in the hideout.
Is it day or nighttime?
It's still in the kind of late afternoon or early evening right now.
Okay. Lawrence, should we go see your parents now?
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
go.
it's fucked up. It's fucked up what they did to them.
All right, so Lawrence, could you tell where exactly they are for the party?
I just put a village near Water Deep. I'll leave the actual location up to you.
All right. So we'll say she is, or I said the family in general is sort of northeast from Waterdeep, up near a place called Golden Fields. Golden Fields is a little walled off abbey to a harvest goddess, and so it's a pretty plentiful area. And so not far from there, that's a nice collection of places for villages to settle. A lot of fertile land. So, I guess everybody's looking at the map, then right around there, you can see that ping. Yep, around there. So, you all heading out there now?
Yeah, do we have horses or some shit? Right?
Presumably, you still have the horses that you used last time, the ones that you got down, but whenever you had to go from Baldur's Gate on foot, and you bought horses from that small town and then rode north toward the forest.
Yeah.
You still
That's
have
right.
the horses with the carriage.
Yeah, your food truck as well.
Okay, I'll jump on Craig, my horse.
Your horse is named Craig?
Yeah, his name's Craig.
I'm sorry, Toki. Well, fortunately, this is not a Goliath monk, different Craig, but you retrieve your horse. you're all able to get on your mounts. Are you wanting to take the cart with you, Fang?
I mean, there's no reason not to. It saves us on rations.
All right. And if there's nothing else, then you all can set out. Unless there's something you want to take care of last minute in Waterdeep.
Oh, I guess we'll check to see if the investigator guy, any news on.
Okay, you want to seek them out. Well, you ask around, and for questions of the investigation, you get directed toward those people at the dock. Eventually, through them, you get directed to where you can talk to this fella. He's still not named, but people just kind of refer to him by an alias or title, I guess you could say. So you are directed toward the Firekeep. They tell you that you can find him in a particular part of Waterdeep Harbor, kind of Dockward area. And if you head there, it's directly overlooking the water around the city. And you can find him in his usual. I mean, there are a lot of people guarding the way up to him, but in his usual robes, covering everything but that burnt arm. And he is just seated at a table watching through a window of the water.
How goes your search?
Fruitful.
What have you learned?
Directly or inferred?
Both, I guess. We're Silverlight, by the way, if you haven't already known.
Thought it was Shadowlight.
That's what I meant, Shadowlight.
The facts are few, but reading the situation, they must be desperate. Whoever did this did it quite sloppily. If they had taken a bit more care, then they could have caused quite a bit more damage than they did. What we do know is that it was rather straightforward. The people in positions at the festival were either impersonated through means generally magical or were simply taken and replaced by whoever these agents are. They replaced the fireworks with a sort of summoning ritual, and then when the Phoenix was brought here, they fled the scene rather than support it in any real fashion. The trail has led us back to, fortunately, not the crown, as far as we can tell. I can tell you that compared to the dragon cult from all those years ago, when I dealt with them, this group is now consisting of amateurs, but they're still dangerous. I believe there's a holdout of this elemental cult that yet adheres to the fire realm, and they thought it best to remain in the area.
Do you know where the remnants of this organization is?
He doesn't really say yes or no. He just kind of grunts at that. And you hear a message in your head, Soren, as if the spell had been used, the cantrip. And what you hear is him simply saying, "Very close."
What did he say?
Very close.
I'll
Messages
message
to
back.
you.
I'll message back in the city.
He just nods. He doesn't even message back that time. He kind of facing away still, and the hood is covering his face, but he nods.
Who? Where? Who? Where?
That's what we're attempting to figure out. Hence the heightened security. People are being asked questions now. But as far as we can tell, this group has decided not to hovel in their lairs with fiery cloaks anymore. Instead, they've infiltrated the populace.
All right. Well, I'll get a message out to some of my people. Maybe they can help you while we're gone.
Careful who you trust.
Right. I will message my boy over
Selling?
at the selling about that. Just to look
Okay.
out for them and to let this guy know of any leads that they have.
Yeah, he replies with an affirmative. Affirmative.
All right, cool. Well, does anyone else want to do anything in the city, or should we just go to Lawrence's?
Fang's gonna leave Splat some gold so he can take care of Mira
Okay.
while she's recovering. He's gonna leave him 5 gold.
Babysitting service, got it. Hopefully, Splat don't turn into Jody though.
He's gonna be NTR.
Stop, Lawrence. Stop. Stop.
Jody this and Jody that. Jody's driving your Cadillac.
So Splat tells you that he'll do his best. And yep, that's that. All right, so you guys are leaving now. Or is there one more thing or any other things any of the other characters need to do? Okay. So, you guys sit down and you think that you could
I need
probably...
to get the dwarves started on my little project.
All right, they tell you that they've worked with you plenty, so they know you're good when it comes to paying things off. So they'll start to gather materials and do what they can in the meantime, and you can just pay when you get back. But you all reckon that you can get there within the next day or two, if you keep a decent pace and don't take too many detours. So, when you set out, really nothing much happens. There's really not much. It takes a while to get out because city is a little tight on security, but you get out without incident after a bit of tedious identification, and the first thing you notice is that even though heading this way, it is pretty slow because technically you're following the road that leads north toward Neverwinter. Well, one of them anyway. Um, the general atmosphere has picked up a little bit since you first stepped foot in Waterdeep, and you realize this because it's sort of I guess you could call it a traffic jam at the gates of Waterdeep, and one of the people next to you all in his own wagon is some sort of traveling merchant. He introduces himself as Fendor the Magnificent to the guard asking for his name and all. He's directly ahead of you in the queue, and you see that he's openly selling magic scrolls, some small magic items, and things like that. And nobody seems to really be batting an eye at that. So it seems that the sort of, I guess, the idea of magical commerce is being reintroduced to Waterdeep. But aside from traveling the same way as this Fendor character, nothing else happens in the day or two it takes you to go up the road. And eventually you reach Golden Fields, which is, again, a walled off abbey. And you're told that from here it's a bit east toward the village where Lawrence's people live. They ask if you're, if you ask about, I guess, would the party ask Lawrence, or are you, once you're getting there, asking the people at Golden Fields about the village?
I'll ask the general state of the area. I'm trying to avoid specifically asking about
Right.
my evidence.
And they say that on one hand, the abbey is more or less in a good state. As you get there, Soren, you notice that there are a bunch of symbols that match the symbol that you saw on your map, the rose over a grain.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it seems to be a symbol of Chantia, or make sure I have this pronunciation right. Yeah, Chantia, which is a grain goddess. She's sort of a harvest goddess, and seems to be an abbey dedicated to her. But when you're told that the abbey itself is fine. The land is fertile. Trade is good again, especially on the western side. But when you head north and east, which is where your village, among a couple others, are, they say that things have become a bit grim, as there have been a few border disputes, and lately there's been a pretty big influx of people heading toward the Abbey, refugees, especially those with medical problems, because um, a lot of medical care is suddenly being refused, whereas most of the time people would head toward these villages for menders and healers, and they've suddenly been turned away. There's a lot of distrust now toward the people in those villages. And so the Abbey has kind of taken on the burden of medical work.
I tell the guy thank you, and I inform the rest of the group.
Uh, so the sign of the Abbey is the same sign as my symbol, right?
Oh, sorry, I should have mentioned the one on the map that was given to you. But that was with the landmarks. It seems to be the southernmost landmark on that map.
Oh,
The area,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, can you describe the map to me again? What's
So
what
there was
like
it was
what's
sort of like
situated where?
your pirate treasure map idea. So
Yeah.
so the southernmost one is the symbol of Chantia, and
Okay.
then you had the symbol of the great tree, which was kind of northernmost, and then this symbol of some sort of mountain range, which was pretty north, but also a bit eastern on the map. So, um, as best as you can tell, it's something around here, because the actual, uh, if you would have asked, I imagine that you would have taken the time to ask Gwyneth about where the grandfather tree actually was specifically,
Yeah.
instead of just the forest,
Yeah.
and she would tell you that the grandfather tree is um, right around here. If you can see the ping, kind of between the Star Mounts, yeah, and the Lost Peaks. So it's up around here. So presumably, this map is marking locations near there.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, you're informed. Basically, everything I just told Lawrence. The idea is that there were some border disputes, and suddenly people are being turned away, especially for medical care from those villages. It's caused a lot of unrest. People are getting angry at those villages, and there's already been a bit of violence. So now the Golden Fields Abbey is taking on the burden, the local populace.
Is this really abnormal for this area?
Border disputes, Lawrence, you would know, that's pretty normal. Since the whole situation has happened with Neverwinter, but they're usually pretty small. It's a lot of times it's maybe once you get up around this area, it's stuff like Farmer A accuses Farmer B of poaching some of their animals or rustling some of their cattle, or this farmer, doesn't want his daughter to marry the other farmer's son on the other end of the border, all kinds of sorts of things like that. But they're usually pretty small. For something to actually cause a big shift in the population like this is definitely unusual.
No problem like this on a large scale never happened before.
Oh, we should definitely hurry then. Figure this out.
At once.
So I guess we go to your house then.
Yeah, I'll lead the way.
All right, so um, so as you lead the way, you notice that there are quite a few people on the road coming away from where you're going, and they all kind of give you strange looks because you're going toward that area. And for the most part, they're just curious, but a couple of people give you not very nice looks. And at one point, in fact, you see what looks like a young boy, maybe 7, 8, something like that. He little kid, and he's giving this horribly bitter look, Lawrence. And he's also heading away from where you're going, packing things over his shoulder.
Just move faster.
And I'm gonna shift maps here. I'll eventually arrive. This is kind of flipped because technically heading east, but you all are over here on the right side. And you come up to where there have been some. It's still looking pretty fresh. Some sort of, I guess, makeshift checkpoints, some makeshift fortifications on the road.
Toki,
Yeah.
Aaron, put your tokens down, bro.
My token is down. You just don't see it yet.
All right, what do we see?
All right, so the first thing you notice is that for a checkpoint, it's not very heavily guarded. That you can tell anyway. You see these 4 folks. The ones up high are just watching with bows, while the ones down low are watching with some simple shields and spears. And you see that they're letting out an almost constant stream of people. And as you get close, in fact, as you get to about where you're at, where that tree and rock is, Soren, you're told to stop very clearly.
What do you want with us? We're just passing through.
You best not come in here. That is, unless you have a death wish.
Why?
Yay. Death.
And why would that be?
There's a plague that's spread. It kind of gives you an odd look as you approach Darius, but he doesn't necessarily stop you. The gate is open right now. He just looks you over, and I mean,
Oh, there's
people
plagues.
people
It's
are
a good
coming
thing
at
I'm
you.
dead then.
But you kind of brush past a few people that are coughing and choking as you do so, Darius, but it doesn't seem to really affect you much. But yes, the guard explains that some plagues have spread. Wells have been poisoned. The wildlife is clear now. The forest is not what it once was.
Do you know the cause of this?
Not sure. I mean, plague's not unheard of, but this one was pretty sudden. if you're the superstitious folk, you probably blame it on what all the people here are. But don't know if that would be the case.
What are they blaming it on?
$20. It says it's
The
nightingales.
alcohol.
Well, the political trouble going on around here. Most people are wanting to stay out of it, but ever since he had that border dispute with the Nightingales,
Told you.
things spiral out of control, and some of the folk around here are thinking that it prompted somebody on one side or the other to put a curse on the whole place. Couldn't tell you who did it, but most of them are pretty mad at both sides.
Well, Lawrence, it appears your home is cursed.
And whenever you say Lawrence, the guards give you a strange look, and then they kind of squint at you and they say, "That Lawrence?"
I stare. I give a death glare to whoever said my name, and I say, "Yes, I'm Florence Nightingale."
You're Florence Nightingale. Nice to meet you, Florence.
It's a bunch of the people. Some of the people kind of hurry away from you, Lawrence. A bunch of the people coming out of the gate just stop. The guards, the guys with bows, they don't necessarily knock arrows, but they kind of raise their bows a bit. And the guard
As soon as they
says,
make any move to raise their bows, I pull out both my pistols. I don't want this to get nasty, but I will if it has to.
suddenly these two guards look very tense and they say, "It ain't true what they say, is it?"
I don't know
I don't
what.
know. What are they saying?
God damn it.
Say you come down here for the king and help
Oh
round
no,
up.
no. He's not after the king. I'm after the king.
No,
He
he
wants to
comes
help
down.
you, sorry lot.
They say he comes down here on the king's command and helps tear up those magic folks, their ruins, their excavations, all that sort of thing.
That's actually the opposite of what we've been doing.
Actually, I've just been shooting people that have gotten in our way, so
I just know what I've been told is that he, with his magic, whatever you could call it, that have been crashing these other folks' parties, and I still heard he commandeered a phoenix from some of those witches.
first off, the Phoenix attacked the city. We kind of shot it down. Lawrence actually didn't have anything to do with it. He was in the middle of the city tending to people's wounds. But hey, whatever you believe.
Well, I'm not saying I believe it, but most of the people do here.
Well, there are two things they can do about it. They can keep walking and not pay no attention, or they can get shot in the face. I think they'll choose the other one.
If you do shoot him in the face, I'll put you down.
You'll try.
I only came here because I just heard recently there's trouble. Came here to resolve that peacefully without any bloodshed.
Oh, you brought the wrong people for that.
Well, with all due respect, mister, I don't know how much you can shoot this problem unless you can shoot down disease.
Oh, I'm not here for the disease. He's here for the disease. I'm here for the people that, want to get in the way.
I mean, I do still have that knife that lets me cast Hero's Feast.
Cool. We can cast it once a day until everybody's cured. Oh wait, it's a curse. I just realized how much of a dick Darius is.
Just now.
He's
Just now.
But finally, this other guard speaks up, the one that asked if it was that Lawrence, and he says, he can't. Well, he doesn't say anything at first. He kind of gestures toward you, Lawrence, as if to kind of jerks a spear back, as if to say, to tell you to approach. Or I guess ask
Why
you to
is
approach,
Fang all the
beckon you.
way at the other side of the map?
I don't know where the cart is in relation to them.
And if Lawrence approaches close enough, then he kind of lowers his voice and says, "I don't know about
Hail Sith.
what you yes, Hail Hydra, but I don't know all this business about what you've been doing out there. But what I do know is that Nightingales, your father's generally good people, but I don't see why they'd turn him away so suddenly. So there's not a whole lot I can do to help you here, but just be careful."
thank you.
And he kind of gives the go ahead and nods to let you and yours through.
Huh. Look, Lawrence, you get your no bloodshed for once.
Thank you, sir.
If you ever get violent, I'll throw one of those teleporting stones right off a cliff.
Cool. When it hits the ground, I'll just teleport to the ground. Congratulations.
Not if I activate it before it hits the ground.
You have to break it before it goes over the top. Still gives me time to react. You forget I'm a gunslinger. Reacting is my job.
Then two people are left behind.
And
Fang's over there talking with the bowman.
Then we get ambushed.
not every forest has an ambush. I promise.
Correction. Every other forest has an ambush.
This is true. As I cycle through one of my old maps to get to a new one, and I see an ambush that I never cleared after you all fought it off. But I'll make it through, and you reach
That's
a
just
fork
like
in the
that
road.
one game. If you go straight in a line, you have a less chance of being attacked by a monster because the game knows you're trying to travel to a destination. But if you start going in diagonals, you have a higher chance of running into monsters because the game thinks you're exploring.
That's exactly how
That's
it works. I
bullshit, I
track how
say.
many tiles you move. But yes, you guys will be coming through over here. Or I guess, presumably if you wanted to move through anywhere over here. But I assume you guys are following the road, so you would be up here.
On the road again.
Yep.
Darius is kind of bored, so he's over there spinning his pistols and kind of throwing them around and stuff.
Doing the revolver ocelot Doc Holiday maneuver.
Yep.
So when you reach this fork in the road, there's an old kind of dilapidated sign, and there's plenty of folks here that are resting on their journey. A lot of them can't go very far without having to take a moment since they're pretty down and out with the sickness. And you see a few things marked on the sign. One of them is, of course, pointing toward your village, Lawrence, but kind of written over a lot of the things people have marked. Scratch things like death, don't go here, traitors, plague. Some people have just drawn skulls. You see a couple of animal skulls and things been put up. And you even see somebody securing one now, somebody scratching something into the sign. It seems like a lot of people are just putting warnings here whenever they pass through.
Seems like something really terrible is going down at your house.
Seems like it.
Yeah. Is there
And
anybody like? Is there anybody like? How do you? Does somebody look sick? Somebody need actual medical attention at the moment?
most people you see are sick. You're asking if someone's in maybe like an emergency, or
Yeah.
you see someone that he doesn't seem to be, in a panic or anything, but you can tell that he's coughing blood right now. He's kind of having a fit of coughs.
I go up to him, tap him on the shoulder, and then walk off towards the village. As I
Back in a
touch
second.
him, I cast Lesser Resurrection.
Resurrection.
I think he means
Restoration.
restoration.
Okay, I thought so, but
Summon him from the dead.
his coffin suddenly it comes to a stop. It comes to a halt. He still doesn't look incredibly well, but he just turns and tries to utter some kind of thanks, but he doesn't have the breath for it at the moment. You get, strangely though, as you do this, you notice that his skin is, it was almost prickly. I guess you have gloves on, but still you can kind of feel it's as if there are a lot of little bumps and protrusions along where you touched.
Let's go, or I'll leave you behind. As I yell to the group.
All right. So it's about here, whenever you get out of this forked area, Lawrence, that you start to recognize some of the old landmarks from where you live. And one of the first things that you feel as you kind of step through that area is this thick aura of just, it could be kind of described as, I guess, magic in general. It's almost tangible. It feels suddenly very humid. And you can see more of these weird signs that people have put up. Um, a lot of bird skulls, a lot of feathers, things like that. And the fleeing refugees are now replaced by corpses that didn't seem to make it on the journey, kind of lining the sides of the road.
Gross.
This is a nice
You
show.
know, it's weird to see dead bodies we didn't leave.
Mm-hmm. And something stands out to you, Lawrence. You recognize what looks like, or you see what you assume is some sort of structure. You see kind of a garden, some hedges, a little stone wall, but you don't recognize it, even though this is where you've lived, this is where you've been many times. This wasn't here when you last visited. It seems to be containing some sort of stone building.
Well, what kind of building was it again?
It's made out of stone, the outside, or at least it's covered in stone. It's pretty small. It's only one floor, and it looks probably a little larger than a cottage, but it's not. It's not huge. You think maybe a couple people could live there comfortably. It's surrounded by a very nicely kept uh, row of hedges in circle, or I guess enclosed because it's in a square form. It sort of encloses this garden, and it seems pretty nicely kept from the outside. Like it's all the darkness of this area is suddenly washed away as soon as it hits the threshold of this place. And I will um, swap over in a second. So
I'm away from. Be back in a
Okay.
couple minutes.
it's fine. This might look a little janky because I have to kind of manually hide a lot of the interior of this place, but Okay, this should be fun. You guys will end up at the western side of the road again. I'm just gonna leave it uncovered for now. It's not that big a deal anyway. But you guys are down here. You can see that the door of the house is open, and you just see that front room from where you're at down here. You can see easily over the small little stone wall. You see there's kind of a front room that's open. You can see through the windows on both sides into that bedroom and that bedroom. So you can pretty much, just by walking through and looking at the windows, see the entirety of the interior of the house. It all seems very open and inviting. Uh, the gate is closed, but it's a little metal gate that you're taller than it. And the whole area just seems to brighten whenever you approach or this area as opposed to the rest of the road. It's littered with corpses all over here. There are signs with crows' heads and raven feathers and all that.
Let's start heading in.
Okay. Front door is just left open, and you can walk in without much eventful happening. And you notice that as soon as you step through, there's this kind of once you step through here, but especially once you step into the actual home, there's this sense of warmth that washes over you. It feels like you're standing in sunlight.
What were those words again? The Daima? Yeah, whatever. And I start looking through the house.
Okay. There are signs of life. It looks like someone was just here, enjoying a fire. There's food on the tables, food and drinks. Looks like people were living here just minutes ago, if that. There's still steam rising from the food and things. Um, there's a big cauldron over here bubbling with something, but you don't find anyone or anything in the house where you can tell just having a look over it.
I walk outside. And anybody?
There's a gate that's swung open here, and things suddenly darken. You don't see anybody, but you do hear something kind of stir in the kitchen as you walk out.
Cats. So, what's happening in the kitchen?
It looks like things have been shifted around over in this area.
Is anybody here?
What language do you speak in this? And
Not Sylvan. Elvish.
no response. You get the feeling that you're being watched, but
I walk towards the cauldron and try looking what's inside.
looks like some kind of strange greenish stew.
So I know exactly what it is.
It looks like just various assortments of meat and vegetables, your average thing. You see a lot of peas in there that are presumably given in the greenish color. But as you watch, it bubbles up more and more, and it's kind of a weird hunk floating in the top of it.
Better not be a human eye.
It's much larger than that. And on closer inspection, it looks at first like a human skull, but it slowly rolls over, and you realize that it's not the skull of a human at all. It looks like a very large bird's skull. And the entire thing kind of surfaces. And it's around then that you hear kind of a buzzing noise behind you. And if you turn, you see what appears to be a few small sprite-like creatures flying and hovering around the table.
Do I sense any hostility against them?
They don't seem to be outwardly hostile, no.
Walk out and tell if anybody knows Sylvan.
Maple translate.
We got sprites. Care ask them if they know what happened to the residents.
You said you are going to ask them, or are you asking if he wants to ask them?
Wasn't he going to be our translator?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll translate for him.
Okay. So you ask them if they know about the residents,
Yeah.
and they tell you that all they know is someone was living here, and they found the place and were enjoying the amenities just before you came, and they concealed themselves out of fear, but they saw this strange cauldron here. They were brought here, specifically to this area. They used the word summoned, in fact.
Summon as somebody called you here, or somebody actually used magic to summon you here?
They tell you that there's a ring outside, and they were brought into the ring along with many other creatures. Many things have been summoned here lately, and they were caught up in it. They
I'll
say
ask if
they don't think that the resident meant to bring them here, but it was a side effect.
I'll ask if they know of if the creatures can't kick through or maybe responsible for the plague or whatever.
They say that they don't know, but they were sent here with their. Well, they were tending to their charge, I guess you could say. And they went off to investigate, but they were left behind, and they don't know where they've gone now. Say that they only know that they went north through the exit to see about this plague.
Wait, do I know who lives here?
Yeah, you didn't recognize it, even though you've been here not that long ago. It seems to be a new structure.
No letters, nameplate, nothing like that. Nothing to give me a name.
You can roll investigation if you'd like to poke around. They offer to help to make themselves useful, so you can have advantage. So you don't find much in the way of a name or anything, but you do find a letter. You find it's not signed, but it says I'll spell this out so the name isn't too confusing. It says, "Dear Kyle, you haven't seen me in so long. I'm afraid you've forgotten where your affection should lie. The longer you play with that silly circle and pull those hooligans from their own realm to act as your friends, the worse off it's going to be. I've learned a few tricks of my own, and if you don't pay a visit very, very soon, then I'll have to come fetch you myself."
Who's Kyle?
I have
Superman.
no idea. Probably a new residence before the plague started. But he might lead us to the culprits responsible for the plague.
Is anybody else looking around, or are you
Yeah,
satisfied?
Aaron will look around.
Okay. Again, investigation will be with advantage as the sprites are offering to help you all.
I'll look too.
Yikes, thank God
Jesus.
for advantage. Okay, you can go ahead and
Fang
roll.
will search
some.
like the outside courtyard.
Okay. Fang, roll me nature then, not investigation.
Do I still get advantage?
Yes. Okay, so Aaron and Soren, you spot upon closer inspection, the stone doesn't look like it's been cut. Neither does the wood. So it's kind of stone on the outside, and the interior of the house is made out of this wood. And none of it looks like it's really been cut. It looks pretty smooth. It almost looks like if it's grown into this shape. And you notice that there is one section of the stone, or sorry, of the wood that looks as if it has maybe been cut a bit, sort of in the shape of a plank in one of the walls.
It's on it's on the wall or the ground. You said.
The wall.
Hmm. Does it look like a lever that can be pulled?
Doesn't look like a mechanism per se, but it definitely doesn't look like it's secure.
Well, I'll pull it using Mage Hand.
Okay, so you kind of slip your mage hand around it and pull out from the plank, and there's a compartment in the wall. You see a stack of what look to be journals. Meanwhile, Fang, especially in that circle, you notice lots and lots of tracks, footprints mixed in with hooves, and you notice a lot of various flowers and things that don't come from just this area. It seems like regular offerings of harvest have been made here, and all sorts of creatures have come out of this circle and headed off in various directions around the woods.
I'll hand Lawrence the journals.
And I quickly started skimming through them.
They're mostly in common. There is a strange script occasionally, but for the most part, they're in common. And they seem to be Kyle's journals. In it, he details, and they go back many years. He details living elsewhere in Faerun as a young man, stumbling upon strange people in the forest. He details being trained up as a druid, and eventually, in the most recent journals, he mentions coming to the areas surrounding Golden Fields to bring his work there. Now that he is become a rather seasoned druid, and he mentions that he tends to people's dreams, both the Feywild and realms of dreams are places that he regularly communes with, and places that he regularly visits in a way, and he helps people with nightmares. And then he details a story in which, in his journey into the Feywild, he met some sort of Eladrin woman who seemed quite well versed in magic herself. How she became interested in exploring the material plane. How what started as a beneficial relationship for the people of the area turned into a sort of rivalry. How jealousy began to take her over, and eventually how she moved into the dark woods in the north and cut off contact. The last thing he mentions is that she seemed to start to warp, and his own peaceful dreams were replaced with nightmares. His connection seemed to be cut off, that his summoning of creatures from the Feywild had become strained. And then it suddenly cuts off when he mentions that he had received a letter, and if he were to put an end to this madness, that he would have to confront this other being and see if she was behind it.
I informed this to the group, and my recommendations: we should move faster.
Yes, what is this other being, you think?
Would I know anything about this creature? What this one is becoming?
That would be your choice of nature or religion check. I suppose Arcana could go as well, actually. Okay, so what was mentioned is that she was an Eladrin who was a powerful spellcaster, which is, not at all strange. But as for being warped, you don't know for sure, but in his journals he details a strong connection, loyalty even to the Summer Court in specific. He is more or less not necessarily an agent of the Summer Court, but sort of an adherent. He is loyal to the Summer Court. He has a connection with the Summer Court. And you all recall running into a group of hags that had turned into Eladrin in your visit there.
Oh god, please don't be one of those.
Oh shit. That sucks.
And then I start rushing out the back door.
I follow and I scream for the others to hurry up.
Okay. So the woods suddenly darken, and unless told otherwise, then the sprites follow you all. And Fang, following the tracks that you found, you see that there's a set of humanoid footprints and some sort of uh, creature with hooves that seem to be traveling together in the same direction north, away from this gate. And it's so dark here and so watery that it's almost reminiscent of some sort of marsh or swamp more than a forest. But you're able to more or less, with Fang's directions, follow this trail. And you notice that the corpses lining the place become more and more warped. As you do, they're kind of twisted in unnatural shapes. Um, you all. This is a very odd looking tree to your left, about maybe 15, 20 feet away.
There's an odd looking tree about 20 feet to our left.
Yeah, it's really strange looking. It almost looks like it's covered in rags or something.
I'll go take a closer look at it.
Elder's Blast. I'm just like, fuck this shit.
So as you get closer, you realize that they're not rags, but instead they seem to be lots and lots of tattered clothes, hair, all that sort of stuff draped over the branches. And you also see, you don't even notice at first because there's so many of them, but when you realize that they're there, there's an almost staggering amount of crows or ravens, some sort of dark bird lining the branches, and they're all staring at you.
This can't be natural. There weren't this many crows last time.
Yep. Are you Eldritch Blasting a crow?
Just the tree. Like, I don't like the creepy tree. Fuck it.
As you do so, the crows suddenly, or the ravens suddenly disappear from the tree, and well, not necessarily disappear, but they all begin to fly away. And some of them actually circle toward you, Soren. Not in a dive bomb per se, but they just seem to be heading toward you, and dozens of them.
This is weird and not good. Very unnatural.
You do not attack crows. These birds are quite smart and tend to hold grudges.
I was attacking the tree.
As you say that, one attempts to land on your shoulder, Lawrence, and begins rather obnoxiously calling into your ear, frantically almost.
I try pushing it off.
It just tries as it can to hang on to your hand or shoulder or anything.
Shaker frame it.
You're the one who's like, don't attack them.
Well, it's
say you're-
attacking you at this point.
It's not necessarily attacking you, but it's just frantically trying to cling on. Are you sacred flaming it?
Wait, what?
It's just frantically trying to cling on to you. It's not necessarily attacking, but there's several of these crows are kind of grasping at you.
Is it trying like to actually injure me, or
No, it's just trying to hang on to you. They're trying to land on you, surround you, hang on to you.
Is it all of us or just Lauren?
Some are coming towards Soren too, but it's mostly Lawrence.
I'll try shaking them off, and yeah, I tried shaking them off. And as precaution, I cast Death Ward on myself.
You can shake some of them off, but they start to gravitate toward some of your party now as well, and it's almost suffocating how many there are. They're calling directly in your face, Lawrence. They're not pecking at you, but pecking at your belongings and pulling at your shirt.
Can I insight what they're trying to do, or ask maybe if she knows what they're trying to?
She's not entirely sure. You can try to insight.
Can anyone speak with animals?
They seem as if they're trying to warn you or communicate something to you.
They're trying to communicate something. It's almost like they're warning us of something.
About what?
Huh. Well, it's too bad none of us can speak with animals.
Hey, you're the magic person.
I don't fuck with animals.
I'll ask maybe if she can speak with animals. I know she can't, but worth a
Are,
try.
I would have trouble with that.
are the sprites still with us?
Yes, they are.
Ooh, Fang has an idea. He pulls out the trident and tries to control one of the crows.
Okay. Pull out your newly shaped Trident of Beast Command. Go ahead and post Dominate Beast for me, if you will.
Will you even be able to understand it?
Telepathic link.
It's says issuing a command. Or you have conscious.
It seems to resist it, or at least the first one does.
That's actually a good question. What would my DC? Oh, yeah, it's DC 15, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to, the first one at least seems to resist it.
Shit.
It doesn't say you will be able to understand them. You just issue commands with your link. Tell the sprites if they could communicate with the crows. Call.
They tell you that they can't. If only someone else were here, but they can try something. And they use their heart sight. Let's see. They tell you that their current emotional state is panicked, in agony, horribly sad. They're in a lot of despair and pain right now.
What the fuck is going on?
Do they recommend we go towards the
Oh.
source? Do they recommend we go towards the source?
They don't see another way you could.
Since I know they're trying to warn us, I'm assuming astro sight, aura sight. I mean, would be useless because they just tell me the same thing I already know.
I mean, you could try.
Yeah, I'll try to.
Because I think
use
you
aura
also
sight.
can learn more through aura sight. Can you post it for me? I'll have to see the feature. Okay. And what are you trying to learn its intentions toward?
Toward I mean, I wonder what its intention toward us is. So, but that I can't really.
Yeah, it says you can choose or one other creature, object, or location of your choice. You can try to learn its intentions toward that.
Trying to learn its locations toward these intentions toward the tree. Like why? Like if it was guarding the tree for a reason, like trying to warn us to stay away from the tree or something like that.
First off, what's your alignment?
Aaron is neutral.
Okay. It doesn't seem to share any aspects of its alignment with you.
Oh, apparently they're good. What the fuck?
And they seem fond of the tree. They seem to want to cling on to that the same way that they want to cling on to Lawrence. It's the only bit of comfort that they have.
Do I get the feeling that these ravens or crows are from here or from another plane?
They seem more or less like regular ravens to you, other than the way they're acting.
I'll go ahead and relay that they don't seem to be they seem to be very fond of the tree.
Yeah, especially you notice a lot of them are clinging on to those scraps of clothes, hair, things like that.
Yeah, they're clinging onto the clothes and hair and whatnot. Like they're very fond of. I don't know if
seems like
that's
they
a
were
good thing or a bad thing.
transformed. Doesn't it seem like they're transformed from humans to crows?
Possibly.
I mean, if anyone knows dispel magic.
I do. Well, first of all, is there magic like on them? I don't have Detect. I do have detect and dispel magic. Do I detect magic? Didn't mean to do it twice.
You don't necessarily detect a specific type of magic. There is kind of a cursed aura, I guess, coming from where they're at.
I believe they're cursed. I don't think
Um,
dispelling would do
But at
anything.
the same time, it doesn't seem entirely magical.
It's not regular magic that I'm used to. It's something else entirely.
You say a curse. Where exactly would it be?
They just kind of have this aura about them, all of them. Soren, did you mention that thing about being transformed? Did you say that out loud, or did you kind of like? Was it? Were you being loud, or are you keeping your voice low in this area?
Well, I was saying it to the group.
Okay, so yeah, I didn't know if you were trying to be quiet in this area, or if you.
Possibly your regular talking voice.
Okay, the crows begin to flock towards Soren rather than Lawrence whenever he says that.
I'm assuming crows real quick, if he's got the right idea, flock towards me.
They flock toward you. They flock
Okay, so yeah, they've
frantically.
definitely been transformed.
Okay.
And you notice
Are
that there
they-
are more twisted corpses around. Are they what?
Are any of them like related to Lawrence? If so, fly to Lawrence.
Well, that's a no.
One of them flies toward Lawrence.
Oh,
Oh shit!
was it the nightingales or the if it was the nightingales who did this to you, flock towards Lawrence? If it was the ones they were feuding with, flock towards Soren.
Wait, the one that flew towards me, the one that was related to me, I'll cast remove curse on it.
Suddenly, and I should say this, I was wrong earlier. It does seem mostly cursed. So you do see this kind of cursed aura exuding from him. But suddenly, this crow drops to the ground as if it's lost its ability to fly, and it begins cawing frantically, and it grows and twists in this horrible, grotesque form. You see it. Its shoulders, its wings begin to turn to arms. Its talons to fingers, and you all get this horrible process of a couple minutes of a crow turning into a human. And Lawrence, you see a familiar face as not necessarily related, but a close childhood friend of yours. Or I guess someone you've known all your life, at least someone who worked with your father very closely. Possibly aided in your medical education. Older fellow is writhing in pain now on the ground.
His name being
Vernon.
no. Vernon, are you okay?
He coughs a few times and eventually manages to fight off the pain and says, "Better now, but they have more." There. She's burning them, Lawrence, eating them. For years she's done it, and we've just now found out. She turns folks into these animals, boils them down.
Who does?
That witch Marison.
Where is she now?
Just north of here in an old hut. And it's not good, I'm afraid.
Where are my parents?
There was another druid that came here recently. She came with him, and he had come to help your father sometimes. She took him and your parents to the cauldron. I imagine they're at the hut now.
Go inside. The sprites will help you out. Me and my group will go fight them right now.
He gathers up some scraps of his old clothing, covers himself, and heads out. He says, before he leaves, "I don't know how faithful you are, but regardless, God's be with you." And then he moves away.
I start walking towards the back, towards the Black Forest.
Okay. As you do so, eventually a green glow comes into your vision from the distance. Over a large field of ruined houses. The trees are all dead and gnarled here. You all are at the bottom left. This kind of trail here. Hang on, let me make sure I'm pinging on the right. Got this trail over here. Or I should say down here, actually. Had the wrong one. And you hear what sounds like some sort of cackle, I know, very cliche, come from the hut. And you realize now that the green glow is over, well, a bubbling cauldron.
Should we stealth up?
At the moment, I'm so pissed off. I'm just walking towards it.
I will get my skin over and activate it.
As you get to about there, Lawrence, you notice something. There's someone over the cauldron. They seem to be hanging over the cauldron. Still alive, but hanging over the cauldron. They turn
I'm
to
gonna
you.
stealth around.
All right. And you recognize this Lawrence as your mother.
Oh, I'm pissed.
Your mother is hanging upside down, Lawrence.
Shut it. I know. I'm looking for something specific. And at the moment, I don't seem to find it.
They've got her hanging like a gutted pig, Lawrence.
I'm starting. I'm gonna start sprinting towards her.
She seems weak, but she recognizes you. Her eyes go wide, and she calls out, Lawrence.
Where's the witch? Where's
She's
the
inside.
knife?
She's inside. She has your father. Help me out of this.
Getting a branding smite ready.
I'll help her out.
You cut her
Fang's keeping
bonds.
an eye out for anything trying to get to jump on us.
This acidic cauldron is bubbles even more, but you manage to free her from her bonds, and she says,
Double toil and trouble.
If it wasn't so serious right now, I'd add to that.
Was it don't toilet?
Is there a fire under the cauldron?
no.
Oh,
Seems to be bubbling on its own.
well, there goes that problem.
She throws her arms around you, Lawrence, and says, I didn't think I'd be able to see you again.
It has
And
been.
And you brought such tasty friends.
My boy, my sweet boy. And as she says that, she kind of hugs you tighter and says,
There's not a window here, right?
no. She hugs you tighter and says, my sweet boy, silly boy.
Damn it!
And cast sleep on you.
Damn it! I specifically said I was looking out for bullshit ambushing us.
I mean, we're pretty high level. That might not even work.
It's not
it can
working
be
on me,
cast at
that's
higher
for damn
slots.
sure.
It can be cast with higher slots.
Yeah, but she's got to encompass all our HP in one set of rules. It's not going to work.
Plus, I can't be put to sleep. I don't think Soren
you-
can either.
Yeah, elves cannot be put to sleep by magic.
Plus, I'm hoping she doesn't know I'm there. I rolled pretty well on stealth and made sure to run across where they could see.
Suspense.
Oh, it's
Started with the
advantage.
creature as a lowest. Lawrence, how much
No,
health
read
do
the
you
last
have?
part. And magic can't put you to sleep.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Lawrence, how much health do you have?
800.
A very sexy number, and I'll leave it at that.
What is it?
69.
Bullshit. I don't believe you.
It's
I
69.
don't believe it.
Kenji, confirm his character sheet.
69. 69.
He's telling the truth.
Son of a bitch!
Oh my
Lawrence,
God.
you got very lucky, Lawrence. If you had 3 health
You rolled a
left, you would be
68.
asleep.
Oh,
But
Wow.
suddenly, your beautiful dear mother shifts into the form of a hag, and she says, Foolish boy. It's only your stubbornness that allows you to remain awake, but you'll pay for your eagerness soon. You'll
I'm
join your
climbing on the freaking roof.
you'll
while she's
join your
talking.
parents in my belly.
Oh,
Dynamic.
In a
Dynamic.
fit of rage,
Oh,
I will activate my wings, but instead of being that gentle light, it's more burning hatred.
All right.
I'm going to dynamic entry off this roof.
Half your level run it up, so it's just 5 then.
Is Toki still with us, or did he pass out?
Toki.
I think he passed out.
DM, would you say I could dynamic entry off this roof?
Yeah, I'd say you could. You have enough, especially if you step of the wind.
Oh, I don't think I need to. It's a clear jump.
You don't need to, but theoretically you could.
Fine, I'll step of the wind so you don't screw me.
ha 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 ha.
Dynamic entry. Full on guy might scream it too.
So, you mean Mike Guy?
You might have just. You might want to move your
Lawrence.
token a little so you can see
So
it.
whenever you enter that form, she's suddenly scorched with radiant fire and screams in pain.
Well, I don't want to be over the cauldron, mister.
And
We'll
as
get
soon as this
behind her.
happens, you see Aaron moving to attack her. She clutches at.
Does she see me? Did she see
She
me?
doesn't see you. She clutches at her flaming body, flaming arms, and screams. And Lawrence, Aaron, you can roll an unarmed attack with advantage, and then we'll roll initiative.
Have some lightning. Just tumble over here. How does she feel about that dynamic entry?
How the hell am I faster than you?
She's not happy about it, obviously. You kick her in the back of the head.
I'm so pissed off. I'm going first so far.
That's when you know. As bad as when he goes first. All right, it's your turn, Lawrence.
Soren, how am I faster than you?
You're not.
According to this number of 0.15, I am.
No, mine's 4.14. Yours is 2.15.
Oh, the decimal is a dex score.
Oh, I don't know.
I think he just has one more dex than you, but you have the same mod, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yes, Lawrence, it's your turn. Your mother just shifted into a hag. It seems like this hag was impersonating her just to get at you.
Man, that's rough, buddy. Like, cue up the Zuko.
Holy.
Yep.
Oh, he's angry. Oh, he's a little angry.
Yep.
Please tell me that's not a radius.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
Flame strikes the radius.
Gets a 21.
Oh.
She gets a 21.
She gets
Damn.
advantage?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
It's a 26, bitch.
Still, that's a fuck ton. That's 40 damage.
Nope. 50 is the total.
Oh, right,
18.
30. I miscounted the 10.
So I took 25.
Does she take half then?
Half of 16 and 20,
Oh, so
but she still takes the full 14 though.
take 18. Shit, that's a lot of damage. What?
So
Oh.
18 plus
Team killing
14 then, so
fucktard?
32.
plus 15. We leveled up. The 9 goes up to a 10 based on level.
Wait, I'm confused. How much damage am I taking right now?
Wait, why are you taking damage?
It's a radius.
It's a radius.
What's the radius?
10 feet.
Oh, in all directions? From you
Well,
or
then
from
again, depending on where he
From
centers
where
it,
he
it might not
spawned
hit
it.
me.
Well,
You're
Oh,
fine.
It says
Cool.
it's a vertical column of fire. Vertical column of divine fire roars down from the heavens in a location you specify. Each creature in a 10-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range must make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, well, I'm safe. Oof. I thought I was gonna get a little toasty.
too close for comfort, though.
I mean, here's the thing: you either hit me or you hit yourself. It looks like.
At this point, I really don't care.
So, are you hitting me or you?
Does this place have a roof? Is the question.
This is the building with the roof. The rest is a fence.
Ah,
Yeah, we're still outside from right here.
Who are you hitting?
Also, this hag ate his parents.
oh, cool.
He'd be pissed.
Okay, Rafe.
I went
I
from
was
a
asleep.
I need to know for damage. Who is he hitting, himself or me?
He's just hitting this guy.
No,
He's
because
angling it
depending on
in a
who she
perfect
hits.
manner to avoid you.
Oh, well, damn, that's perfect. Like, fuck me.
Okay.
Yep, there you go. Anything else, Lance?
That's about it.
Fang.
And it'll take another 5 points of radiant damage as I end my turn.
All right.
It's within 5 feet of 10 feet of me.
Wait, all creatures within 10 feet of you?
What he declares as
Only the
enemies.
people that were attacked by the attack.
You and each creature take radiant damage equal to. I take that
shit.
damage. So it's half of 5.
3 if you're rounding up.
Wait, but do Aaron and I take it too?
10 feet of me, everybody.
Yep. All right, so 3 damage.
Great.
5.
Well, 5. He's rounding down. He's rounding because he's resistant to radiant.
Ah.
Oh, what? Did he just go scourge or something?
Yep.
I haven't
Yeah,
been paying
yeah.
attention.
Yeah, he let out his
Yeah.
wings.
Trust me, we know.
Sorry, that's what happens when you have sleep apnea, my man. You get it where you can get it.
So, Fang, what you saw is that she hugged Lawrence. A magical sleep was tried to cast on him. He resisted it. And then suddenly there was just a flame of holy fire all around, blinding everything. And it's just now died down enough that you can see what's going on. But she's on fire. And Lawrence is still burning with divine hate. Not the Virgil theme from Devil May Cry 3, but actual divine fury.
All these thoughts running through my head.
Divine Forward.
Alright, well, Fang is going to rage. And he's gonna just move up right to this bitch.
All right. So as you rage, Fang, would you like to? I'll give you a little bit of leeway here, going off what was already written in the description. You can describe it as you like. If you'd like anything special for the lion's mental transformation.
It effectively looks like Fang has cat ears on his head and lion fur going up to his hands, turning into claws.
Oh god, he's become a furry.
Yes.
God,
I
now
have become hate.
My lion's mantle has some abilities on it.
He has become hate. Run.
One of which is
No,
being a
you know what
furry,
I am? I'm
apparently.
becoming King from Tekken.
Oh Jesus!
No, that
Armor
was a
King.
mask. You were having.
I
you
don't
just
care.
you just grew ears.
Armor
just grew
King is
ears,
my
you
main
furry.
in Tekken 7. Him and Geese.
You are a
so
furry.
I approve.
A lion's mantle can have the head attached to it. I'm flavoring that
You are a
text.
furry.
What's the the wrestling anime that just came out?
The one
Tiger
where he's
Mask,
transported to
W.
another world and adopts
Tiger's
a monster
Mask.
prince.
Tiger
It's always
Mask.
Tiger Mask.
Tiger
I
Mask.
love
W,
how
I think
Tiger-
is a
It's
new one.
based on the actual wrestler.
Yeah,
there
New
was a-
Japan, because it's hilarious.
King-
Because
He's
It's funny.
fucking a pervert.
Because King is based on two people. King is based on the wrestler, obviously the Tiger Mask wrestler, and then he's also based on his story is based on there's an actual priest in Mexico that took to luchador wrestling in order to get money to support his orphanage.
Is that where that shitty Black Jack movie came from?
Yes,
Blackjack.
it's a real story. There was
Nacho.
he's still alive. He's still alive.
You know what's really how weird it is.
Burrito.
Like you said, Kenji, you said that it's based off of Tiger Mask from New Japan. Here's the thing: there's another dude in New Japan who called Minoru Suzuki who did the motion capture for King in the '90s.
Awesome. Yep, there you go. If you ever want to look into that, but yes. So you turn into King. What do you do, furry?
Reckless Great Weapon Master. Fuck this bitch.
Fuck this bitch, I'm out.
13.
I'm the only one who eats people's
Miss.
parents.
No
Second
one
attack,
shames
same as
the
the first.
I am the one who knocks.
hit. Definitely. I mean, crit.
That's brutal critical times 2. Unfortunately, I didn't have the. I had to use my bonus action to rage, so that's not.
Yeah.
All right, plus 2 more d6. Holy shit!
37, huh?
No, that's
How's she feeling?
yeah. Holy hell!
Don't you get to make another attack though because you crit, or is it only when you take somebody out?
It's when you crit. I think it's when you crit. And
I think
kill.
that's a great
Yeah.
weapon master thing, isn't it?
Yeah, don't you have that?
Let me
You don't have
double
to use
check.
Great Weapon Master to do it.
Except he raged, so he wouldn't be able to do it this
I thought it
turn.
was
anyway.
Oh
reaction.
right, because it would use my bonus action to do that, wouldn't it?
I thought it was reaction.
Yeah, it's not a reaction ability. It's I have a lot of things that
Alright.
compound bonus actions.
Did you factor in? Oh, you did.
Is there
Is
anything
it
else?
only one vertical? Are you an orc?
I'm an orc. That's why
Half-orc?
it's 2.
He's an orc and he took
But-
the feat.
No,
from
it's
But,
not the
Wars
feat,
that
feat.
lets him
It's
use
my
it at will.
level. It's my at level 9 barbarian. I get 1, and as a half orc, I get 1.
And then I think he
But
has
is
to
it-
feed his
isn't it
avatars if he
both
wants to use
die?
the third one.
The
It's
way
just
the
one of your
text is
weapons
worded,
die.
it says I roll 1 of my damage dice.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He went RoboCop, but he's right. The way that text words it, it's 1 year die, and I think the reason he did that was to incentivize using axes because otherwise they're technically worse. But it's
I
weird.
thought.
Oh,
the
wait,
half-orc one was different.
Ignore. I
Wow,
didn't realize that
Jesus.
weapon
You
master was lagging.
ignore the way to speak normally.
Sorry. So yeah, it's 37. I didn't realize the freaking weapon master thing went on the critical.
My God.
Yeah.
Fix yourself, son.
At 13th level, it increases to 2 additional dice, and it increases to 3 at 17th level.
So effectively, I get an extra one every time because I'm a half orc.
Please stop.
Man, you
Just
need to
stop.
disconnect and reconnect.
Huh?
You need to disconnect and reconnect. You're lagging real bad.
Okay. All right. How about now?
Seems better. Did you want to do anything else on your turn?
That's everything. That's bonus in both my attacks and movement.
Okay, Soren.
All right. I will attack and attack.
Miss and a hit.
16 misses. Okay.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Oh, and I bonus action. Fuck. Well, I should have said it before, but I bonus action maddening hex it, so it gets the
You
hex
had to.
damage, which is
You had to hex it, and then the bonus action afterwards it gets the maddening hex.
Yeah.
no. Those are two separate things.
No, maddening hex means you had to have Hexblade's Curse or Hex up.
Yeah.
I just meant
right.
Hexblade's Curse. Sorry, not maddening hex. Hexblade's Curse, it just gets extra damage to the
Your proficiency,
proficiency
right?
bonus.
So, it'd be
So,
an extra 8.
so +4. So sweet.
That's right. Only one hit. Okay.
25, 34 damage.
All right. Is that all?
Yep, that's all. 34
She
damage.
seems very close to biting the dust here, and she says, "Stubborn fool! I don't know what power you have to bring down fire like that. But if it weren't for your luck, you'd be dead right now. Still, you won't get the satisfaction." She first aims at you, Fang, and she tries to shoot some sort of ray at you. Does a 17 hit?
Yes, it does.
Disadvantage, Kenji.
A ray of enfeeblement. On a hit, the target deals only half damage with weapon attacks that
Disadvantage.
use strength until the spell ends.
You bastard.
Disadvantage, Kenji.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
Never mind. Fuck, that was the
I
disadvantage.
forgot about that. But sorry.
Holy
about it.
crap!
so all my
hurt
weapon
you.
damage is halved.
Yep, for a minute or until she loses concentration. And
Fuck.
then she says, "You won't get the satisfaction. Fools." She clutches at this stone that's hanging around her neck. She's gone. You see her warp into an ethereal form and she disappears entirely.
Fucking wish I had Mage Slayer. Wait, do either of you fuckers have Counterspell?
Not yet. Next level.
Fuck, where's that spell I had saved? There's one that literally binds them to this plate.
Planar binding?
Yep.
What?
But fuck. I need to drill worth 1,000 gold to use it.
Shit.
It's an action too.
Well, fuck. Was it like a misty step? Or was it teleportation? Like, was it instant?
She just faded from the plane, it seems.
Magic people, determine what that was.
Arcana, if you'd like.
I will check.
Or you could also detect magic, up to you.
I will do both.
Okay, Arcana first.
Well, okay.
I'll tell you the. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter what roll, but I'll tell you the effects of that first, then detect magic, then what you can gather from that. Yeah, because you can definitely tell that it wasn't just invisibility. The way she completely faded, you're pretty sure she was transported somewhere. With detect magic, you sense a very strong aura of transmutation magic.
So
And
she went
and
invisible.
putting 2 and 2 together, you know that invisibility is an illusion magic, but oftentimes things dealing with the ethereal plane are transmutation.
She plane shifted.
Out of curiosity, has it been a week?
It's
Since
from
what?
when?
from when we first landed on Waterdeep.
How far away is this town?
Well, I said a day, but I think I looked at the map wrong because I'm not a day. I said a couple days, but I might have looked at the map wrong because I was looking at the Golden Fields and I wasn't taking into account the fact that y'all still had to travel. So I mean, I have to find the legend. The legend tells me, but I always forget to look at it.
If it took us a week to get to Redfield, I'd say roughly a week because they're for relatively similar distance from Waterdeep.
Yeah, there's a legend. There's somewhere on this map that mentions the actual miles.
Not to mention, we were traveling on a boat for a day or so.
He's talking from when he casted it at Waterdeep. So
I have to see.
Yeah, I know what he's trying to do.
Okay, yeah. Actually, you're right. It would have been at least a week because I was looking at the mile things all wrong. I was looking at the actual Sword Coast map that I have in game and not the interactive map that shows me the miles by distance. So
Get that witch over here!
Come on, you can do it.
Fuck!
God damn it. Does anyone have luck?
I'm gonna give you inspiration, Lord. So
What was that?
I'll give you inspiration for trying, Lawrence. But roll me a D100. Okay. So you call out for divine intervention. And you don't get a straightforward answer. However, to everyone else, you see Lawrence is burning in this form of a scourge Azamar. And you notice that he suddenly has 4 wings rather than 2. And suddenly there's another being behind him. And of course he looks quite angelic. And Lawrence, you don't get a straightforward answer. You don't get divine intervention per se, but you suddenly feel as if your arm knows where to move. Your eyes burn with a golden fury. And you see in the ethereal plane, you see spirits, monsters, creatures, spells, magical auras overlaid with your physical vision. And you see also standing at the threshold here, a cackling hag shifted into the ethereal plane.
Can I attempt to grab her?
You can. You reach out for her. Your hand goes through without any effect. However, this other being that to others they can see seems to be wreathed around you. It's as if a second hand follows your first and clutches her by the throat. And in front of your eyes, you can see her take note not of you, but she seems to look through you and above you. As if she's looking at a sort of second figure, or for the weeaboos here, a stand. And you notice now that there's more of your Azamar form, so to speak, than your human form. So she's within your clutches.
Finishing off with the same attack I'm using as the first time. I'm lighting this bitch on fire.
All right. Even with half damage, she's so low that you all see. You see Lawrence reach out, and this sort of Azamar form over him grabs onto something that you can't see. There's a pillar of flame, and suddenly he's holding the charred corpse of a night hag.
Nice.
Stando.
I got my hit points back.
I'm gonna go check inside, see if there's anything in there.
I'm gonna see what's going on with this cauldron.
And Lawrence, you feel that there's a weight on your head. And if you check, there's a sort of halo of flame. It looks almost like a crown. It rests not exactly on your head, but just above it, like a mantle.
Is this my relic? Do I finally have my own relic?
For now, how does the Scourge Azamar form work? Can you leave it voluntarily, or is it just 1 minute?
Yeah, I could disable it if I want to.
Okay. Well, for now, it just seems to be floating above your head. And then if you go inside, you see there's a little place with a table laid out. Various things have been cut up. There's smaller cauldrons and pots. And you see a sort of below some hay, what looks like a trap door.
I'll go ahead and open it, brute force if I have to.
Okay, athletics.
And I'm still choking this bitch.
Your hand, your radiant hand, actually singes through her neck and just begins to turn her to ash, like you know the vampires die in Blade. It sort of looks like that.
Thing's gonna go over to Lawrence and just like put a hand on his shoulder to try to calm him down.
It's probably gonna burn.
He knows that. He's willing to take it because this is not healthy.
Oh shit, push to talk. I'm raging.
Technically, these people will still be taking 5 points of radiant damage every 6 seconds.
So
I got
not
the hit
only
points.
not only do I probably yank this thing up, I'm pretty sure I just blasted a freaking hole through the wall.
Yep.
Yeah, necrotic energy burst. No, I just ooh. 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 Yeah, everybody needs to make a save.
Why?
But
Not
you're
too far away.
you're inside the building though.
You need to make a save.
Why?
Yeah.
Each creature within 30 feet of you takes 1d10 necrotic damage.
It's 1 point. Is that what the 1 is?
That's what the 1 is.
What kind
Actually,
of
there's
save?
no save. You just take damage. You all take 3 damage.
What's the save again?
There is no save.
Three damage.
What's half of 3? 1 or 2?
One.
There's no
One's
save.
I take
Yeah.
half damage regardless since it's necrotic.
Ah.
Yeah, it rounds down to 1.
Wait, why did you roll a d10 to determine the table? There's 8 things on there.
Wow.
I guess we knew our fate.
So yeah, you're gonna every 6 seconds you're gonna take some damage until it ends. Fang. Unless
He's-
Lawrence ended early.
Lawrence, stop that nonsense.
I already stopped it a moment ago.
As
I
you do
rolled a
this-
26. Is the trapdoor open?
It is very open, and Lawrence is. Lawrence, as you do this, the crown disappears, and instead you feel a weight on your shoulders, and you realize that this billowing gold and white cloak is now secured around your shoulders.
Well, Christ on a stick. There really is a God.
Thank you, Blitz.
Have you just been praying to nothing this whole time, hoping?
He's actually been demanding shit. He's never actually asked for anything.
I need to call IMP.
And we will deal with what just happened in a minute, but for now, Lawrence, Aaron, you get the trapdoor open and you hear a lot of calling noises from downstairs.
I'm gonna need a lot of remove curses. Like a lot of them.
We'll
Like
take
so
them to
many.
the Abbey, and the clerics there can help.
Yeah, I'll jump down the trap hole. I don't give a fuck about ladders.
Yeah, don't worry about if somebody's under the ladder.
As you get down there,
I
you
got slow
see
fall.
a nice bloody ritual circle looking like it's made of stone, similar to that fairy ring at the other house. Lots of remains down here, and lots of human corpses strung up as if they've been butchered, alongside still live ravens. More cauldrons.
Yeah, I think it's kind of best if I stay up here.
Now, what makes you say that? Is it all the blood?
I will do.
You know I can still hit you from here, right?
He's in a basement.
Oh, I wanted that shit. Don't tempt me. I have sharpshooter.
That doesn't mean you can just shoot through walls.
Like I said, I can watch it that shit.
After I come down, I'm going down the ladder as well.
So you all see that Lawrence suddenly has a new cloak, but he just marches down the ladder. And Lawrence, you met with the same set. A lot of remains in this ritual circle where this dark power seems to emanate from the circle. Lots of feathers around that circle.
I'm gonna head down and dispel it.
All right, and there are journals around as well.
Is it well lit?
It's candlelit. Blue flames, strangely enough.
I'll cast light to help us out more better.
All right, things are illuminated better now, and aside from the corpses and live ravens, you can see journals. Also, I should have mentioned that whenever the hag died, from her corpse fell a strange little stone in a bag.
Fang will pick those up. What's in the bag?
What are you buying?
You want to open it?
I'm gonna open
Yes,
it away.
let's open
I'm gonna
this.
open it away from me because too much shit is blown up in our faces
You
lately.
felt a malicious, evil presence begin to seep from the bag.
Closing it immediately.
Okay, it stops,
Nope.
and you were kind of sniffling a little bit, Fang, from all the plague going around. But strangely, when you grabbed that stone, that kind of tickle in your throat went away.
You should really just throw it in the acid.
So I think this bag might be the source of the plague.
Let me see it.
I go downstairs. I go over to the doctor.
And
Yeah,
suddenly
I'll pop up.
but as the dispel magic hits the circle, there's an invisible tension that gets cut, and suddenly all the darkness fades away. The blue flames are snuffed out, and only Lawrence's light is down there now. A lot of the ravens go silent, but remain in their forms. And Lawrence, you see that they begin frantically trying to get out of their cages toward you now.
Yeah, I'm gonna start opening cages,
Okay.
just ripping them off the hinges. Just fuck it. There's no time for subtlety.
Eventually, ravens flock to Lawrence again.
Why does this feel like a sky burial? I hope somebody gets that reference.
I get it. Sky burials are always fun.
Dude, can I detect magic on that bag?
Sure. You detect abjuration magic from the stone.
Okay, you guys need to upgrade to identify.
Yes. Anyway, so I'm gonna try to dispel it.
Why would you just... No, wait. I moved the stone away from this. The stone made me feel better. Dispel the fucking evil in the bag.
Oh, wait, I thought that's...
No, the
I mean,
stone
he can
was
choose
good.
he can choose an effect. He can choose one effect to cancel out, so it doesn't just cancel and radiate.
Identify can only be learned by bards and wizards and artificers.
What the hell is he?
Yeah, I'm a bard. I just don't have identifier right now.
You need to... When you level, you switch that shit out.
Identify can be learned by knowledge clerics as well.
Yep.
Because that is infinitely more useful than detect magic.
Because you detect abjuration, and the ravens begin to flock to you all, but a few in particular land on Lawrence's shoulders. And eventually ravens start flooding out of the house, and they start swarming toward you, Fang. And they seem to be pecking at that stone or trying to get at it.
Oh shit.
Can I use Aura Sight to see what they're trying to do, what their intention with the stone is?
I'm just gonna dispel
ahead.
it. It's gone.
And you doomed us all.
Why not dispel the bag that is oozing evil aura?
Wait, aren't the birds trying to get to it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was their save against the Oracite. They seem to want to touch that stone.
Let them touch the stone.
The fucking birds. I grab birds.
Let
and
them touch the stone.
Evil thing, and which is the other thing?
There's a bag
bag
of
is evil.
death and a stone that's making me not feel sick. I'm going to
Oh,
them
freaking
touch
try
the
to put
stone.
one bird at a time with the stone, each stone.
all right.
They're still ravens, but a lot of the sickness and mangy looking stuff that's on them goes away. They seem to be restored to vitality as they touch the stone.
All right. Peck for you, peck for you, peck for you, peck for you, peck for you.
Remove
Lawrence.
curse on the two that are on me.
Are you gonna set them anywhere first, or are you just? Because if you do it while they're on you, it's another painful process, but draped around your shoulders. Or it's are your parents.
I'm sorry, what? What just happened?
I just saw my parents.
They're birds now.
They were, but when you use remove curse, they revert to the forms of your parents.
That bitch was a liar.
Possibly.
And that lie killed her. And I hugged both of my parents. He quietly
Wasn't-
sobbed.
They do the same, but eventually your father kind of looks solemn and he glances back at the circle and says, "She believed the lie, you know." It was the druid, Kyle. He'd come to help me over the year or so that he'd been here, but in the end, with the help of one that he'd summoned from the Feywild, he changed their forms with powerful illusory magic and took the fall for us.
Oh, that was a great piss.
Daddy, it's way too in the moment.
Yeah, man, we just found out his parents aren't dead.
Yep, they tell you that.
I'm gonna
the
be
druids-
honest with you. I haven't been paying attention this whole time. This tree has been very relaxing.
It's true, but this basically he tells you that they were impersonated. Druid and one that he had summoned from the Feywild took the fall for him, and were turned into stew in their place. We're able to find them some more or less suitable garments, and thankfully, Lawrence, your parents are alive, though still relatively sick.
Soren, will you just take the
Touched.
bag that's
Actually,
oozing
no.
ghosts?
Touch
Your
the
mother
stone.
is sick. Your father is invulnerable to this.
Touch his mother with the stone. And keep moving.
Oh, you touch his mother.
Yep, you're damn right. Like freaking.
Lawrence, are you gonna allow Aaron to use the stone?
I take the stone and I do it myself.
All right, then the sickness fades from your mother, and she's restored to health.
That stone is very useful.
Bobby,
Mhm.
Bobby, Bobby, Bobby. Do.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Swallow the stone.
If you all can try
There
to
can only be
Arcana it.
one.
You all can try to Arcana it if you would like, but otherwise, it's kind of an obscure
Really?
item, so
I would like Soren to destroy the bag of evil.
I'm going to swallow the stone so no one can have it.
All right, give me the bag of evil. I'll dispel it. And I dispel it.
So I was
And I-
looking at these feats that you gave us. Corrals is just what's it called? The one crossbow expert, just with one extra thing on it.
He
It
gave us
feels
these.
kind of it sounds kind of fucking lame after you read it over a couple times.
which one is it?
Not to be mad about it.
Which one is it?
Claused.
Calloused?
Oh, cheap shot. My bad.
I was gonna say.
Oh,
How far up is that?
Yeah, still working on that one. The idea is to allow people a way to use opportunity attacks with range, so I'll have to go back and revise it some more. But
it was a cool concept, but I just realized I'm just going through these because I might choose a feat later, but Because apparently I'm still missing a feat.
Are you sure you didn't use
I never
Shot.
used that shit. I never used that shit.
Same.
Stupid.
Same.
The only way I will ever use that is if I have a. It depends. All you gotta do is go to the other thing about where he gives us our stuff. Where he gives us our stuff.
Yeah, but Soren, you're not entirely sure.
Wait, where he gives us our stuff? What the fuck are you talking about?
The info
Where he
tab in
where he
Discord.
dishes out loot, nigga. Where he dishes out loot, motherfucker.
Look here, nigga. I will beat your ass. Like
You'll have to make it to me first.
But Sword, you
You
can't
think I won't?
necessarily identify the object.
Nah,
What you do
pretty
realize
confident.
now, what you do realize now, though, looking closer at the bag, it's actually made of stitched human flesh. It seems.
Ew. Fucking, I'm mage handing that. I'm not touching it.
It's too late. You done examined the bag. You're touching it already.
Yeah, but I from now on, I'm not touching it.
Oh, so you did the girl with the bug and dropped the bag.
Yeah, I did that, but I caught it with my mage hand. Yeah.
But your parents inform you, Lawrence, that a lot of their properties have been taken. They explain, if you look through journals and things, you can piece together. Plus, what they tell you is that there's unfortunately still a large issue around here, which is that despite the fact that were ravens are by nature good, essentially this person was maliciously summoning and enslaving were ravens, transport them through the Feywild, and set the curse
So you're
loose on
saying
this
that
area.
these are were ravens.
So you're saying there's a chance.
These are were ravens.
So yeah, well, she's saying that goes. So you're saying that there are were ravens around here,
Just about all of those ravens are actually people.
huh? I gotta just start walking towards the group.
Why would you want to be a 3-inch tall bird?
Where? What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the right thing. Were ravens? Or we're thinking of why are
They're
were ravens different than
polymorphed.
other? They're not were ravens. Were ravens.
Raven?
Then.
No, they are were ravens, but they were stuck in their raven form.
Oh, so if they bite
Yes.
me, would I still become a were raven?
There's a chance.
Yeah, you're not sure.
But you would still only be a 6-inch bird.
Why don't they get the stupid form like the rest of the things?
They do get a
That makes no
humanoid,
sense.
a raven humanoid hybrid form, but
Yep, nope, getting bit, getting pecked, getting something. Just running.
You
just
do
walk
realize
off.
it probably looks like a kenku.
no,
give
it's
a fuck.
uglier than a kenku.
So I can be human, were raven, or raven if I get bit.
Can somebody shoot him in the face for me? I can no longer see him.
Just in the middle of just in the flock of ravens right now.
So is the bag destroyed or not?
No, he's still mage handing it like a little girly girl.
Honestly, it doesn't say, so I'll have
like
to.
Soren.
You don't need to touch it. It just needs to be somatic.
It doesn't say what now.
Bro, you kill people almost every other day. You can't touch some skin?
It doesn't seem like it.
You're like a virgin.
Seriously, guys.
It does not seem
What were you
like
saying?
the soul bag has gone away. No, it's still there, and it still contains some kind of presence.
How many times do I need to get pecked before I think I'm
Soul bag, eh? I think there's souls in this bag.
turn it inside out? You hear from the.
Do they want a stick of dynamite?
Nest.
What if I just put it in this cauldron?
What if
You
the
don't
souls
know
are
if
in
that
it?
was the
Turn
last
it inside out.
ingredient.
I'll ask the ravens. What should we
Or
destroy the bag or turn it
ask
inside?
your parents that are humans.
They're not my parents.
I'm talking to Lawrence. Clearly.
That's my
But they
fault.
could be.
That's weird.
That's
They
my
could
fault.
be your parents.
Oh God.
All you have to do is seduce Lawrence, which will be pretty hard
But I don't want to. He's a
because
filthy
I don't
ass
think
boy.
that man loves anything. Well, besides his
Loves
parents,
parents.
obviously.
His parents and his God.
I don't even think he likes his God. That's
About
just
that.
he demands shit from it all the time. I've never seen him ask it for shit. It's
About
always
that,
give me this.
there's actually no symbol of a deity on his cloak necessarily.
Oh. So what you're saying
So
is he's
so what you're saying is it's not a god. It's an
I'm
old
saying-
great one that's fucking with him.
Other than that, or there did seem to be a very angelic figure with him. So
Well, celestial beings are all in this great old one category. There are things that don't want to be worshipped that do get worshippers from time to time. You might not want to tug on that thread too hard.
I could imagine me thinking I'm curing these people, when in reality, I'm kind of like
Fucking
transforming them.
trading their souls.
I'm
So,
going
Kenji,
off. It's gonna be all Bloodborne and shit.
do
All
I feel like I'm
sorted.
properly bitten for this?
No, you're not.
No one asked you.
You're gonna need a percentile dice. I'm pretty
mean,
sure that
they're
fucking
not-
shit.
they're trying specifically not to peck you. So I mean, it's
No! Stop running away from me!
Stop doing stupid shit.
Fuck you! Want to be a wild raven?
No.
Sounds cool.
No, it's not. Why? You wouldn't be able to do anything. You just fly around.
Sir,
No, it's
you're
a were raven,
literally
not a raven.
standing in the room with the cure-all crystal. The moment you contract it, I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna make sure you uncontract it at that moment.
I mean, this seems for disease. This seems for like for curses. I don't really
It's
think were
technically-
raven is a curse.
it is a curse, but that's
Stop
it's
it.
for diseases, other way around.
I asked my father about how to get rid of the bag.
You shove a stick of dynamite in it.
He says he'll have to look into it. But what he can tell you is that he saw the hag slay a particularly evil person and literally place their soul in the bag in order to make some sort of deal with another being.
Oh, okay. I don't want none of this then.
That's what a were-raven looks like, guys. That's what the hybrid form looks like.
So a Kenku?
Similar, yeah.
Yeah, on second thought, I'll keep holding out for that were tiger.
You can try if you like, but it's been a long session, but if nothing else, then we'll get wrapped up and we can deal with the fallout in part 2 of this next time. You are now in possession of a heart stone and a soul bag. I'll tell you ahead of time because on your next rest you'd be able to figure out a heart stone item that Night Hag can create, and it simply cures diseases upon contact.
That's amazing.
It's also what allowed her to plane shift, but that's something relating to the magic that she has. The stone itself just cures disease.
Is it unlimited or is it finite?
As far as you can tell, it's so long as the item is intact, it can cure diseases.
Ooh.
Just trying to figure out why does he get to be a freaking vampire? I don't get to be some.
Because you haven't triggered the quest yet, dude.
It's like that. It's like that. The one quest in Skyrim where you got to find the book so you can get the vampires to come find you or some shit.
You know,
So you can actually go there and be a fucking vampire lord.
this is that part.
You have to be a certain level, and
just
then you have to
stumbled
find the
upon a
fucking book.
mask. Like, don't give me the crap. You stumbled on a mask. It's like, I'm gonna put it on.
Well, I knew what the mask was to begin with because it's actually in my backstory.
I'm sorry, Aaron. I have to say this. I planned a lot of this stuff for you like 10 sessions ago. And because of distractions, it just hasn't come up now.
I figured. Look, man, I asked to go to that freaking mountain so many sessions ago. Like, we're
Literally,
Look, dog. I was under the impression that y'all fuckers were going to that mountain while I was gonna be on fucking peak. When I come back, you're in some type of mountain forest, and then all of a sudden, it's not the right fucking mountain. That is not my fucking fault.
Look, all I know is we're like after this we're gonna go to the mountain. After this, we can go to the mountain. Oh, hey, look, freaking Fangs thing popped up. Let's go do that. Oh, hey, looks like Lawrence's backstory's popping up.
Do
Let's
not
go
blame
do that.
Kenji for rolling our backstories to be prevalent.
Technically, we're near the mountain.
Oh no, I don't
Yeah.
blame Kenji. I blame you guys for keep pushing me back.
Why do you
Lord.
blame me? This has nothing to do with me.
Fine, I
Lawrence.
don't blame Toki.
Lawrence, I will deal with the rest of this next session because there's some story stuff we get to get into. But do you know Celestial?
Yeah.
I know Celestial.
I also know Celestial.
We
Okay,
all
Lawrence
know
is-
Celestial. Yay!
I don't.
So you feel
Well,
as if your
run the party pooper.
Lawrence, you feel as if your
I
knowledge of
don't.
Celestial has become enhanced. Immediately, and you have a feeling that this
About to pull a
this cloak,
Fenris from Dragon Age 2.
this cloak around you is it doesn't feel like just some sort of magic item, but you'll have to examine it more whenever you get a chance.
I'm about to pull a Fenris from Dragon Age 2 and during the second act where it's like, hey, I found out the slavers I hate are here. It's like if you don't complete that quest in a certain amount of time, he just straight up leaves the party.
Leaves the party for one session, comes back. All right, boys, my backstory's been handled.
Exactly.
Our backstory's been handled. No thanks to you fuckers.
Except you, Darius. You're cool.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you with respect. Fuck you, you're cool.
Yeah. All right. So if there's nothing else, we'll call it a wrap. Sorry it went over, but it was a big session. So
All right, guys.
It didn't really go over because this is about the time we go to bed every time. We just started a little early this time.
yeah, I guess that's
Oh,
true.
God.